Hello, hello, hello. Hey, how are you doing? How is everything going? Right. I saw a post recently from Judah, and he wanted to know something very simple. He was like, "Yo, Seji, when are you doing a another live stream? Got a few days off from the foot surgery, so want to just say shout out to Judah. I got you. No problem. Hopefully, you may see this live stream. It wasn't specifically at the time of which um you wrote the comment, but hopefully you will just so happen to see the live stream. This is pretty much stemming from some of the videos that I've already done throughout the week or whatnot. So we're going to see how this goes. I'm not really too sure because looking at how YouTube is doing things, it's an iffy type of situation on if people will actually get notifications or not. But it's like that at some points. So we're going to listen directly to, yo, Benjamin, what is up? What is up? What's up? What is going on? So we're going to listen to two women directly in one clip, and we're going to see the different perspectives that they specifically have on men, right? Yo, what is up, Pink? What is going on? What is going on? So let's take a listen.
It's okay to let men lead.
Lead us where, babes? We're not lost. We don't need to be led anywhere.
I understand why women, it's like we have to rise to the top and then all of a sudden kick men to the curb. It doesn't make sense. We can still let men lead us.
It's just interesting to me to see an older pick-me still trying to get picked and get validation. Women have begun to surpass men in education and career and home ownership in so many aspects of life, which is monumental because women have been oppressed historically and now they are rising. So their standards are rising, and you see that standard is kicking men to the curb. Women don't have to settle for bare minimum just so these insecure men could feel good about themselves, especially if these women had already surpassed the bare minimum themselves. Men continually ask women what they bring to the table, and now that the roles are changing and growing closer to being equal, those fragile little men see that as being oppressed.
It doesn't make sense. We can still let men lead us. Why wouldn't you want to? It doesn't even make sense. It's like,
where do you think they're going to lead us to? Certainly not on the track of knowing how to do a basic adult task in a shared household like washing their own clothes, making a simple dish, or for a lot of them, even wiping their own butts. And you expect us to be led by that? Get out of here. And as a parting gift, never take advice from a pick-me who harms women by asking them to diminish all of their accomplishments for men.
Right. So we heard it, right? There is a specific term right there. So these are two white women going back and forth, right? Yo, what is up, Sham? What is up? So the reason I wanted to bring this up is due to the fact that over the course I've covered, videos where you've had women directly out here wanting to use the terminology pick me, right? And the main thing I specifically try to tell a lot of folks out there, specifically black women, is like, yo, a lot of the stuff that you are in a sense stating and saying, a lot of the stuff is coming directly from the ones who originally hated men from the get-go, right? And you're seeing the two different sides of that, right? You see the one side where it's a white woman, she's like, yo, she still wants a guy. I'm not sure if she's married or in a relationship, whatever it is, but she's basically saying that there is still a need for men, right? Again, saying that people have their roles, people have their positions. And then you look directly at this person here, and they're like, nah, men aren't needed. We got this. Um, this woman is just a pick me. She's old. She's still looking for male validation. Women have surpassed men, all over the place. While we still need them. And she kept repeatedly saying, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me. So now this comes down to two things, right? Either the woman that you're seeing directly in front of you, that was like, said you're streaming from both channels. Yeah, I'm streaming from both. Streaming directly from both. Yes, indeed, good sir. Yes, indeed. Or at least it should be. I mean, it's showing I am on my end, but I could be incorrect. So it's one of two things, right? Either this woman here is specifically playing for you said YouTube is only showing you one right now. Ain't that about something? But let me see something real quick. Let me see. I mean, YouTube is gonna, act a little bit funny because I was looking at the views on videos recently, and I'm like, it's very interesting. Oh my gosh, yeah, it's very interesting. So let me see. Yeah, so if I go to the original, yeah, it's up there, and let me see if I go to the other one. It says they have no notifications up there. And let me swap over to the next one there and see what I get. Give me a second. Uh, yeah, I technically I see what you're talking about. Like on the I want to say on the original, it says that it doesn't really show you that I'm live, but then no, I'm sorry. On the original, it shows you that I'm live, but on the other one, it doesn't show you that I'm live, which is weird. But like I said, it's YouTube. This is how YouTube likes to move. So this is how I know that in a lot of instances, you guys are not going to get the notifications. So like I said, I just deal with whatever it is that I have and how it works. Right. But shout out, much love for letting me know that though, because again, I automatically assume that it will at least show, when you go to the profile or whatever that it is live. It technically it does, but it doesn't at the same time. It's weird. But yeah, so it's either one of two things. Either this woman here is playing directly for, the same team, or I don't know. Your guess on that second one is probably going to be better than mine. Because all I'm hearing directly from this woman is the exact same thing that they've delivered and gave over to black women, which is this whole quote unquote, we're independent, I'm woman, hear me roar, we don't need men and all this other type of stuff. But yet we look at the infrastructure. This woman here who wants to be like, women, are doing this, but I'm like, are women building infrastructure? Are women in construction? Are women building up any towns and any cities? Are women doing the most dangerous jobs, such as electrical work? I'm not sure if people even know what, like, I think the terminology should be like a power linesman or basically just linesman. Basically, the guys that go up there and they make sure the power lines are secure. I'm talking about you're dealing with what, like tens of thousands of voltage that can pretty much fry you if you make one bad move. Women are not up there in droves in the 50, 60 percentile taking up spaces in those jobs. Women are not working in mines, not working in oil refineries. They're not working in anything dealing with radiation, such as like nuclear facilities and things of that nature. They're not working in some of the most dangerous and caustic jobs directly. They're not doing that. They're not doing that. Nor are women in droves trying to go out there. It's like, yeah, we're about to sit up there and build the next, tallest building. Like it's going to be 100% off. No, women are like, yeah, I'm just going to be in the office with air conditioning. I'm not risking my life for anything. That's women in general. Like how she and other women try to make it seem like they're just doing, astronomical things. Come on, dog. Let's just pull it back. Everybody got their roles. And that's what I keep trying to tell people. And to hand this type of nonsense over to younger women and to like young girls out here, you setting people up for failure. Like I said before, this is why I gave y'all a video about a year plus ago, where statistically speaking, they said by 2045, half of the population of women are going to be single. Like I said, so I just want to put that out there for two reasons. Number one, by 2045, for me, just for equality's sake, right? Because I believe in everything being equal. By that point, I expect half of all of these jobs to be women directly in a lot of these positions, including some of the most dangerous jobs. I expect women to be there. If by 2045 women are not there, I'm not trying to hear nothing about equality, because women can do any job that they want to sit up there and do, but they still specifically choose and opt to go for the easiest things out there. So I'm not trying to hear about, oh, it's a pay gap, it's this, that, and the third, and men are still making. I'm not trying to hear none of that. If you're not willing to risk your life, if you're not willing to put in more hours, and sacrifice time from relationships. And I'm not trying to hear it. I'm not trying to hear it. The other reason that I wanted to also mention that as well is because a lot of women out here always sit up there and state that it's hard for them to find a man. Well, specifically speaking, there are more women out here than men, so it's going to be hard for you. By 2045, good luck. You might as well be, you got a better chance of probably getting hit by lightning. You got a better chance of probably an airplane part falling directly on you. Seeing a unicorn, because it's going to be slim pickings. Like I said, I don't know what to tell people, but all of this nonsense that they are stating and setting up right now in 2025 and before then, 2045, it's over. If women think that it is a crisis right now trying to get or to get married or to have a man, good luck by 2045. Good luck by 2045. And I ain't trying to hear the whole thing of people trying to say that, oh, well, what about women that, women that don't. I'm not talking about you. If you're a woman out here that don't want a man, I ain't talking about you. If you're a woman out here that's lesbian, I ain't talking about you. If you're a woman that, just want to be off, but I'm not talking about you. Push yourself directly to the side. I'm speaking and directing this directly towards women out here who always state that they're trying to find a man, or it's so hard to sit up there and find a man. When you talk like this, you ain't finding nothing. I'm just gonna be real. You're not finding anything. You are what it is that you attract, in a sense, right? Your energy is going to pull certain things directly into your area. So if you're the type that say that you don't need a man and all men are bad and all this is what you're going to attract. You're going to attract nothing but something at the same time, and that something is going to be the worst of what it is that you always state that you see all the time. That's how that works. And this is why people try to tell people like, yo, you need to change your mindset so that you can change your trajectory, or where you're going in life, or what it is that you specifically seek, so you can get everything that you want out of the universe. But when you try to explain that to people and to give the information, people don't want to listen. It's crazy. It doesn't make sense. Sham said, I don't know, said there's an increase in women taking hard laboring jobs because of the need to find jobs. Women are doing more construction, electricians, other jobs. No. I'm not saying that you don't have women in there, but what I'm saying is, I'm just saying in general, population speaking, there are more women on the planet than there are men. So for me, naturally, I'm like, okay, well, the majority of the population should be the main ones taking up the majority of spaces in the jobs. And that's just not the thing. That's it. Women are taking the easier jobs. If women take the harder jobs, it's the rare few. My mom is a nurse. She's not about to, sit up there and be like, I want to do construction. I want to sit up there and work in the hot sun and put asphalt directly down. Like, those are jobs that I thought about doing. I'm like, yo, I would actually have fun, putting asphalt directly down. I don't mind being in the sun. That's just me. But I'm like, yo, I'm building, helping to keep infrastructure, afloat. People can go, to and from and things of that nature. I thought it was actually pretty cool to work a lot of those jobs. That's not the main thought process of women. Women are not like, yeah, I want to sit up there and work on an oil refinery. Yeah, I want to work in sewage. I want to go through, all of the tunnels, throughout New York and deal with the Ninja Turtles and on the rats and and stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. On average, if you are to have a conversation with women, the jobs that they are going to say that they want to do are going to be easier jobs. They're not going to be getting dirty. They're not, going to have to break their back or, potentially, slip a disc or two. They're not going to have reconstructive back surgery. They're not going to, sound like they need to get a oil up, real quick because they've been putting their body through, hard, intensive labor, for the last 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years. That's what I'm saying. You say I don't think nursing is an easy job. I didn't say it was easy, but what I'm saying is, for me, looking at my mom specifically chose nursing. My mom can do a lot of things if she wanted to, but she specifically chose nursing. And my mom specifically told me before, she was like, I'm not doing other jobs. She said, I am not a man. I'm not doing those other jobs. I'm not doing the jobs that men are supposed to do. So again, this is where my point of reference, in a sense, comes from when I talk about a lot of these things, because I look at the women specifically in my family, and I look at the things that they do, and I look at the things that they don't do. Right? I've seen women out here being able to take care of their cars. Right? But on average, what do women normally do? I'm about to take my car to a mechanic. I'm about to let a man work on that car. I'm not about to bust my knuckles. I'm not about to, bust my hands. Again, not saying that women can't do it, but women are like, I'm not going to do it. I'm about to have a man do it. It's the ultra last resort for a woman to be like, I'm about to work on my car. It's an ultra last resort, because 9 times out of 10, women are like, I'm about to let a man handle that. Just like when it deals with protection. Women are not going to be like, hey, I'm about to just sit up there and protect myself. Women are like, I'm about to sit up there and either find a man to protect me, or I'm about to sit up there and call the police. 9 times out of 10, when women are thinking about somebody rescuing them from a fire, they're not thinking about a group of women from a fire department coming. They're thinking about tall, strong dudes that are able to pick them up and bring them directly out of that burning building, carry them, or however it is that it basically works. I'm just saying. So now we're about to go directly into the whole other side, right? So we see where, in a sense, it started, right? You see the 2 white women dealing with the sides, one good, one bad, right? So now we're going to see this directly carry over. And again, I'm just going to sit up there and preface this by saying that this is not me trying to, I'm not about to be throwing shots at looks or anything like that. I'm staying directly on topic. That's specifically what I want to do. Want to try to break this down and just look at it for what it is, right? Because a lot of people say that, good message, wrong messenger, right? So I'm not going to, in a sense, really try to pay attention to the messenger. I'm just going to listen directly to the message, and we're going to go from there, right? So let me just make sure I got the right one. Yeah, this should be the first one, right? So some of y'all might have seen her before, but if not, this will be your introduction. Again, I don't know who she is, but this is your introduction.
This one is for you. This is for my man today, okay?
Talking about black
But
men.
I wanted to come on, okay, real quick, because I don't think you guys are aware of how bad you're losing. Yeah? You're losing really, really bad. You understand? And when I say that you're losing the women who know their self-worth. You're losing the women who can help you become a better man. You're losing the women who can help you multiply what you've already accomplished. You're losing those women. And I mean, you're losing them at a very fast rate. I mean, you're losing them like rapidly. You understand what I'm trying to say? And I just really don't think you guys understand. You understand? And you know who you're losing them to? White men. Yeah. White men. Yeah. The white men are coming in and they are showing up. Yeah. I don't know if you guys know, but they are taking over. I mean, they are treating these black women like queens. I mean, they're coming into their lives. They're taking them to 5-star restaurants or just nice restaurants. They're, taking them on exclusive trips or just trips. You understand? They're just showing up. They're just really showing black women, I want to be in a relationship. They want a title to the relationship. They want, a home. They want families. They want children. They want to establish real relationships with these black women. Yeah. And you guys are losing to them rapidly. Because unfortunately, you guys don't want any accountability when it comes to a relationship. You guys don't want to take your women out. You don't want to do anything special. You just want to come into her life, have sex, dump a kid in her, and leave her. You understand? That's not what white men are doing. White men are coming in, and then in the next few minutes, they're proposing, they're married, starting families, purchasing homes, just doing all things that a woman wants in their relationship. And you guys are not doing that. No accountability. And as a result, women who know their self-worth, they are over it. They have no desire for a black man. They are out here literally looking for white men. Oh my God. Can you believe that? They don't even want the black men anymore. Guys, you all are losing, and you're losing bad. Really bad. So I just wanted to come on, you understand? Because I know you guys love to say, oh, Natalie Paris is so shady. But I just really wanted to come on to let you know the severity of what's happening with your women. They don't want you guys anymore.
Okay. So this is the problem that I have, right? So throughout many of the videos, and I'm just talking about from the perspective of a multitude of different things so that people can get my point of view, right? So seeing all of the old television shows where you've had black women talking about black men and how, you know, black women are not the property, or black men have no ownership of black women. Basically, black men don't have women, right? Because we have no say so, can't lead, control, or have any type of input or anything of that nature, right? Black women are autonomous; they can do whatever it is that they want to sit up there and do, right? So I'm, and again, looking at over all of those talk shows, looking at the rise of the girl boss, or the bad bees, as people want to sit up there and put it, right? The women out there getting the bag, independent, the boss chick, all this other type of stuff. So we look at a lot of that on top of the female rappers and the other forms of social media, right? And I'm trying to figure out at what point where she was specifically listening. She was like, you know, black men, like you're losing to white men. I'm just trying to figure out where was it a race? Because for the longest time possible, black men have been told that you don't have women, right? You have no ownership, you have no control, you have no say so, you have no input, right? So when was it a race? Because for me, I'm like, so when was I supposed to like gear up for like this race? I didn't know it was a competition specifically out here. I didn't know that I had to race other dudes out here in order to get, you know, your attention or to be considered for whatever. I didn't know it was a competition. Like I didn't know I signed up, because I could have sworn that within a lot of those things that black women specifically told black men, that instead of being in a relationship, you need to work on yourself. You need to go to college. You need to get 2 or 3 jobs. You need to get a car. You need to get an apartment. You need to get a house. You need to get a 401k plan. You need to get in shape. You need to get your body in order. You need to get your bank accounts in order. You need to get credit cards. You need to learn how to smell good, dress nice. You need to get your health in order. You need to get your mental in order, right? This whole large list of things, right, that black men should be doing before even looking or even engaging in a conversation with a black woman. So again, if black men are basically at a standstill, but at the same time we're supposed to be in competition with white men, and there's some type of race that we were not even aware of, but then at the same time we don't have women because we don't have a control say so, we can't sit up there and lead. We don't have any, like, I'm just a little bit confused. I'm just a little bit confused. I'm just as a black man in America, I'm just highly confused. Because again, I'm listening to all of the women directly out there. Because the one thing that normally happens in the black community is that black women will sit up there and tell black men, "Oh, you guys don't listen. You don't actually hear us. You don't actually pay attention." No, we do. We pay attention, especially when it's something negative that's always being stated. That's always been we hear it. Now it might get drowned out because we're so used to hearing it. It's just the same old song and dance with just like a slight little tune. Maybe you might have put like an 808 on it or something, right? But at the base of it, it's still the exact same thing. It's nothing but the same complaints. And people saying that they have never seen nothing different from black men. Like, black men ain't doing this, black men ain't. So I'm like, if black men basically are the lowest of the totem pole, right? How are we in a race with any other men out here? How are we in any type of like? That's why for me, I'm just confused. I'm just confused. How are you going to say that supposedly, quote unquote, the weakest men in existence on the face? Matter of fact, I'm not going to say in the United States. I want to say out of the universe, right? Because I like to put it to the highest order. If you're going to say somebody's weak, we're just going to put it to the highest order. We're just going to put it directly right there, right? So if black men are the weakest men out of the whole universe, right? We're just at the bottom of every single thing. How are we in competition with any other group of men? I'm confused. And then within that, I also want to sit up there and state that you would also have the women like her that would sit up there and say that black men have no value, right? And I'm pretty sure that, a lot of black men, including myself, we've heard this directly online, that black men have no value, can't give any value. They're not even valuable to the black community. They're not even valuable to themselves and all this other type of stuff, right? But also at the same time of saying that we don't have value, they use, quote unquote, the value of black men in order to make money on social media by making videos like this. Because in my mind, I'm like, all right, well, if the men out there who you say are snatch you up love you so much, then I would think that you would be able to make content and profit directly off of the looks and the likenesses of those men that you consider to be your preference. And all you have to do is talk positive and you're millionaires. But that's not the case. What tends to happen is that you have women out here that want to show or talk about a preference or lead other women into a preference that is their original preference. And then they want to stabilize their point of view by talking about black men in a negative way, calling them everything but the child of God, just like this. But I'm like, we're the ones that don't have value, but yet you see value enough in order to use us to stabilize your talking point, when you should just be able to use the men that you love and date, or the ones that you say are seeking you or running down to every single black community to snatch up and marry you up. You should be able to specifically use them to stabilize whatever point you want to stabilize about them. There should be no compare and contrast. There shouldn't be a need to. But this is why I said before that black men are the greatest villains ever created, because nobody can ever do this with any other group of men in existence on this planet. We got historical facts about white men directly out here, but you would never see women on here trying to profit or trying to find a way to monetize or whatnot or whatever on social media by talking about all the negative things that white men have done. They can't do it. They can't. You can go by every other man on every, single landmass out here. They can't do it. The only men that people can seemingly do this directly with is black men, right? Some crazy work. It is 100% diabolical, but yet people say that we have no value. The other thing I also want to state as well too is that whenever content happens to show up, it's always stuff like this where they can never seemingly talk about the good or the decent black men directly out here. The ones that are fathers, the ones that are stepfathers. They can't talk about the brothers or the uncles, the grand. They're not talking about none of the men that are actually present. They're not talking about none of the black men that want to court black women, get married to, have a relationship, get married, have kids, have the white picket fence, the house, and the whole 9 yards. They never seemingly talk about that. It's always the opposite that they want to talk about. It's always, quote unquote, the worst of the worst. It's always the ones that they tend to pay attention to. Because, like I said before, when you are a decent or a good guy, you are invisible. And this is facts. Because, like I said, if you don't believe me, go on social media and look at women specifically talk about men. 9 times out of 10, they're never talking about a good guy. They're never talking about a decent guy. It's always the worst of the worst example that they could potentially get. Every single time. Magically, every woman got the same story. Oh, the guy was no good. He was in and out of jail. He sat up there and cheated with multiple women. He sat up there and had kids on her with multiple women. He has a whole secret family. It's never a story where they're talking about a good, decent guy, and they're just making hundreds of videos off of that. They can't do it because it's not going to make money. It's not going to sell. The only thing that basically sells when talking about men, or more specifically black men, is the negative or the stereotypes or the worst of the worst, because they know within themselves that talking about good or decent men is not going to, make a check on TikTok or on whatever social media that they specifically have at this moment in time. And a lot of people want to sit up there and say that, oh, men are just mad because women are now telling the truth about black men. No, that's not why men are mad. It's like, first of all, it's regurgitated. It's the exact same thing that you've been hearing for like 30, 40, or, whatever amount of years that, way before social media. where you've heard women say the exact same things. And then on top of that, now it's just the simple fact that it's highly monetizable. Before, you just had, women pulling up to these talk shows, getting like a free trip to another state with a free, hotel stay. I'm not sure if people were really getting paid during that time like that, but in comparison to how people are making money when they talk about black men online in a negative light, it's not even comparable. This day and age is way different from anything, dealing with, let's say like the 80s, 90s, and the early 2000s. Way different. Pay scale is way different. So, like I said, I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, it's drastically crazy to me. But now we're going to go to the next one, right? We're going to go to the next part and see what's happening.
Okay. Hey guys, your girl is back with part 2. You know the video that I did last week, and I was telling you guys that you all are losing really, really bad to the Caucasian men? Yeah, you are. You really, really are. And yes, I did receive many, many comments from you guys that you were so upset with what I was saying. But the truth is the truth, you understand? And I know the truth can hurt really, really bad. But I just have to keep it real with you guys, because again, like I said in the post last week, I don't really think that you all realize how you are losing to the Caucasian men. I mean, the Caucasian men are scooping up these beautiful black women and really, really providing them a life, a family, a lifestyle. I mean, they're really just doing things that a woman really wants in their relationships. And you guys are not doing that. I mean, you guys have a problem taking a woman to go get some lunch. Okay? Who does that? See, that's the difference. See, Caucasian men don't do that. When they call you to take you out, they want to take you to a really, really nice restaurant and really want to get to know you. You understand? They're super consistent. They open doors, they close doors, they order roses, they make reservations. I mean, all the things that a woman really wants in her man. You understand?
So I just want to note that this is the second video, and I want to be very specific in my directioning here. Everything that she listed is surface level. I never once heard her say that the men out there, that those white men out there, that they love them, that they have directly, they have intent, that they're empathetic, sympathetic, that they're emotionally open, or have an emotional understanding, or willing to learn the inner workings and the understanding of that woman. That those men are 100% supportive emotionally of that woman, of her dreams, of her aspirations, that they will uplift and propel her and push her forward past what she is presently at this moment in time. Like, I'm not hearing anything that no other man out here could do. I've made reservations before. I'm actually like a flower type. I like flowers. So I, for one, because I wanted to be a florist at the time, I love actually getting a woman flowers. I have no problem actually doing that. And also making the arrangement, because if I'm going to, buy something or do something, I at least want a hand directly in, specifically how that comes directly out. I mean, that's technically easy to do. You can go directly to your local store, and usually they might have a flower, a spot directly in there. You can put the arrangement there. The person will get the flowers, and you can set up the arrangement how you want it to look and things. But anyways, what I'm saying is, anything that she's listing, that's not nothing tough to do. Setting up a date, reservations, that's nothing. Flowers, that's nothing. Taking somebody out, that's nothing. I'm looking for something that does not imply money. Every person cannot specifically put away space to be there for somebody emotionally, because a lot of people are not even emotionally there for themselves. So I was looking for something that was deeper, and for at least the second video, she has not delivered on that. Everything is just surface level, and this is pretty much how she's stating that black men are losing. And I'm like, okay, I guess it's just money then. it's from my understanding, from my understanding, right? And again, I'm just going by the two videos, right? Let's keep going.
But anyway, make a long story short, I had to come back with part 2 because again, you guys, were first and foremost, you were all up in your feelings And number two, you want to tell me, oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. So anyway, I had to bring you some receipts, okay?
So let me just do this real quick. So I'm not Jesse. I'm guessing you're white. I'm not sure. So let me explain to you the reason why, because I didn't see Tippy's comment, but I'm going off of what you stated, right? You wanted to say that Tippy has a problem with the glazing that this woman is doing to white boys. The reason why it's problematic is because if it was just simply this woman was stating that she felt that white men are great and everything, cool. But the moment in time that you have to try to do a compare and contrast, and you're using your preference as the top layer of the cake, and you have to put somebody on the bottom, which would be black men, in order to prop them up, that's when it becomes problematic. But you wouldn't be able to understand that because more than likely you're not a black male. This is why you got a problem with what it is that, in your words, Tippy supposedly said. Again, I didn't see her comment because I'm focused directly on the video and my thoughts at this moment in time. So yeah, that's why it's problematic. So hopefully that clarifies that specifically for you. If it doesn't, there's no help for you. You might want to talk to God directly about that. And again, that doesn't make her racist at all. That doesn't even make any type of sense. By your words, Tippy has a disagreement with what this woman is saying. So that's a black woman having a disagreement with another black woman. That's not racist at all. It's a difference of opinion. That's clear cut what it is. I wish people would actually, learn that. But anyways, let's keep going.
Take a look at this.
You love me.
Right. So for, of course, copyright reasons, had to cut out the music. So what she wanted to do here, because I could talk over this, what she wanted to do here is basically get random pictures of black women out here with, or quote unquote black women out here with white guys. Now, again, for a surface level, that's great. That's cool. They're with whoever it is that they should have just found.
Isn't that
love with.
amazing? Look how happy.
They're with whoever it is that they found love with. Now, I want to sit up there and note, and I've stated this before, nobody should be trying to find love in another person because of their color. That's stupid. And I'm going to state that right now. If you're black and you're looking for somebody white and you're like, I'm looking for love in them because they're white, you're stupid. If you're white and you come through and be like, oh, I'm looking for, a black person, I'm with them, simply because they're black, you're stupid. You should be with a human being because they're a human being, and that you find some type of, what is it, like commonality. You find like a balance, right? You find something that feeds in between one another. It should not be because the person is either white or the person is black. That's stupid. It makes no sense. That's surface level. And that just further proves that you're not actually in it for the relationship. You're in it due to the fact that you're unhealed as a human being. And because you've gone through either white or black, you've gone through certain treatments by your own people, you are now hiding and seeking shelter in another group because that other group never gave you that experience that your own group gave you. So you find shelter in quote unquote love within them, but it's not actual love. Because the one main person that can actually love you is you. And if you actually took the time to understand and love yourself and to actually heal from a lot of trauma that you go directly through, you would then find the person that you're actually supposed to be with and not trying to formulate a trauma bond or seeking trauma shelter, within. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Because this right here doesn't show me anything. Because the craziest part, if I were to flip this, right, and it was a black dude up here showing that, oh, black dudes are so happy, like look at the snow bunnies, look at the white girls that they with. Everybody would be like, oh, those are just black dudes that hate themselves. It's like, oh, they hate themselves. They're unhealed. This is that and the third, and right, they would have all of these things to say. It would be a whole bunch of think pieces, right? And I'm saying from both sides, you have men say it, you have women say it, right? But when it's the flip side, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. On one end, you'll sit up there and have black women that'll egg it up. They'll be like, this is so great. She sat up there and it got her, man. But again, I want to go back to the terminology that the white lady used earlier. She said that, a lot of women in her specific category who are white are looking for a validation from men, AKA calling them pick-me's. The same women that you see here that are with white men or men of other races, they normally call black women who want to be with black men pygmies. They call them mammies and all these other types of terminologies, trying to get them, like, trying to shame them from, like, oh, you really still love black men? Like, who still does that in 2025, 2026? Like, the main goal, the main bag is to sit up there and be with a man of a different race and have mixed race, right? That's what they're trying to use, that tactic as mammy, and calling them pygmies. That's what they use that tactic for, to try to get those other black women away from black men onto men of other races. So again, going back at both videos, you got people out here that obviously have gone through certain types of, like, traumas. They don't have a psychological, full, well-read understanding of themselves. So they're trying to seek that type of love that they should be able to give from themselves. They're trying to seek that type of understanding that they internally should be able to get from themselves. They're seeking that out in another person. That's where their quote unquote trauma is leading them, is sending them directly to. And this is why I told people before that, it's actually healthy to go see a psychologist. It's healthy to have somebody to talk to, so that you can work through pain, that you can work through trauma, so that you can find a core understanding of who it is that you specifically are, so that you don't have to be online doing a lot of nonsense. And the other thing I wanted to also add to the aspect of the comparison, where you got black women up here that will, support, this type of thing, like, oh, she got it and da da da. You got a lot of black dudes out here that just don't care. It's like, okay, like, you're with a guy. We get it. It's like, I don't. It's like, it's whatever. Because there's tons of times directly out here that I didn't see black women in interracial relationships. Okay, I'm like, I don't understand what the hoopla or the fuss directly is. And I've seen black dudes in interracial relationships. Okay, it's like, I don't. It's whatever. It's, I don't feel about it any type of way, because it ain't doing nothing to my household at the end of the day. It's not affecting my money at the end of the day. It's not, like I said, it doesn't do anything. So it's like, I don't really, in a sense, feel any type of way. But as I specifically told people, the only time that I bring this directly up is when people want to start speaking negatively about those in the black community. So when you got this woman up here and she wants to talk about black men in a negative light, while basically positioning white men in the greatest of greatest lights, that's when we got a problem. It's cool that you like men of a different demographic. Cool, just keep it directly on that. You don't need to do a compare and contrast. And then the compare and contrast that you want to do is put the men of your preference in the best light, but then you want to put black men in the worst. Like, nah, man, miss me with that. Miss me with that. I'm not even. Nah. Well, let's keep going.
Isn't that amazing? Look how happy those women are. And you can see that is genuine happiness. That's not no fake happiness. You understand? That is genuine happiness. You understand that?
So I guess when black women are with white dudes or dudes of other races, it's genuine happiness, right? They just exude like positive energy. Everything has changed. So when black women, just going by her words, so when black women are with black men, it's performative. It's not actual happiness. They're just doing it because it's a job. They're just doing it because that's what they're supposed to do. That's what the job entails, I guess. These conversations are very much weird to me. And like I said, I'm going through this because I'm trying to, really understand. Because no matter how you, just from the two videos, no matter how you sit up there and look at it, you see who is in the positive light and you see who's listed in the negative light. Right. So again, it's not me making it up. Let's keep going.
These women found their soulmate in a Caucasian man. Okay. I mean, it is like beautiful. But nevertheless, here's the thing. And this is what I want to say to you guys. All right. If you really don't know how to date or establish a healthy, meaningful relationship with a woman, send me a DM. I want to help you. And the reason I am offering my expertise to you all, because I know, I'm very aware that, many of you men didn't have role models, didn't have mentors, didn't have fathers to teach you these things. You understand? So you really don't know. Not that you don't want to be the man that a woman needs, you just do not know. So here's what I want to do for you men who really don't know and want to get it together. Send me a DM. I want to help you. All right, guys. Bye.
So let me just fix this real quick. We got somebody by the name Bruce talking about, this is why racism. This isn't racism. I need y'all to stop being stupid. This is how I know that a lot of y'all that be pulling up to the scene ain't even Black American at all. This ain't even racism. This is a difference in opinion. Because firstly, how can I sit up there and basically impede on your life as a Black American male? How can I sit up there and impede on your life? Because you want to say that this basic topic and discussion, this is why racism still exists and all. I, as a Black male in America, cannot impede on your life. I can't impede on your money. I can't stop that. I can't put anything in a way to deter that or whatnot. You're still going to be sitting up there getting money. Racism has power directly attached to it. So that's like laws, rules, regulations, government, military, police, power structure that is there along with money that can also allow a lot of those things to flourish and allow those laws and everything to be there directly on the books from states and cities and a variety of other things. So again, this ain't racism. This is opinion. This is a difference of opinion. And as I stated before, this is how I know a lot of people are deaf and dumb and they don't want to understand specifically what I stated. So let me just repeat it for the dummies in the background. I said that if you are a person and you love a human being for who they are, cool, fine, no problem. When it gets to be an issue and a problem, when you want to do a compare and contrast and you're putting your preference at the top, and then you want to try to put the other group of men who normally are Black American men as the negative in order to show how good your preference is. You should just be able to highlight your preference just by highlighting your preference by what it is that they do. You shouldn't have to quote unquote compare them to another group of men, but then by comparison, you want to compare what would be considered quote unquote the worst of the worst. That doesn't make sense. That's not even an even comparison. That's not even a fair comparison. Right? But hey, it'd be like that. It be like that. The other thing I also want to list as well too is that it's crazy how the same woman that's been throwing shots for two videos, two Black men, she's now saying like, okay, well, I want to sit up there and help you. Send me a DM because I want to help you. I want to see you. Why would any Black man in his right mind go into your DM after everything that you stated and then barter and try to figure out like, okay, yeah, this woman, she's going to, after everything negative she said, like, yeah, she really is going to hold me down as a Black man and help me, sit up there and find, a Black woman. Ah, brother, you are running a fool's errand. You are running stupid if you run directly to that DM. No, you better off doing it by yourself and making mistakes and figuring it out through life. You're better off doing that. You got a better chance of God holding you down versus her holding you down. Don't ever sit up there and do that. You running a straight dummy mission. Straight dummy mission. That is crazy. That is 100% crazy. No, I got you, JV. You said I don't know if you said this, but questions need to be asked if these swirlers are more likely FBA than non-FBA. See, this is the thing, right? And I'm gonna put your comment directly up there. That's a very good point, but I've stated before that now for me it doesn't matter. Because the most interesting thing, as I've stated, and I showcased the video directly on that before, is that Twitter, Elon, right? They did this update where they show you the country or the region of origin a lot of these Twitter profiles are directly from, right? So we find out that some of the main groups out here that quote unquote hate Black men, they're from Spain. El Salvador, Africa, Australia, Pacific Asia, however it is that they got it listed on Twitter, a lot of them, they're not even based in America. A lot of those women are not even Black American. But even with that information and that truth being out there, that's not stopping Black American women from still subscribing and still following these women on everything that they got to say that's negative about Black men. So that's why I say it's like it don't even matter. It doesn't even matter if they are from Africa, if they're from the Caribbean, if they're from some other, it don't matter where they're from. At the end of the day, if those women are specifically feeding into and saying stuff that Black American women want to sit up there and hear, that's it. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. As long as those women are getting the validation of which they seek, if they seeking validations like, yo, I know that Black men are evil and Black men are this and Black men are everything negative and they hate Black women. If those women from other places can feed into that validation, that's all that matters. They don't care. Trust me, I have not seen any of those women that I've listed that have been found to be other. I've not seen them lose followers. I have not seen women out here talking about, oh, I can't believe that, you misguided me. And I feel so I have not seen that. If anything, they probably gained more subscribers. To be real. Like I said, I see it all the time on X. I see all types of women with 2 to 3 different flags in their bios talking about Black American men. I'm like, dog, you're over there in Poland. What do you know about Black American men? But it's like it don't matter. Because all they got to do is just parrot and say the exact same things that they've heard Black American women say, and that's all that matters. Trust me, I done been on these internet streets for a very long time. I done visited blog sites, actual websites. I done went to YouTube channels. I done gone to TikToks. I done gone to IG. Wherever they can put information, I've gone there, and I've sat there for hours, even going through the comment sections, looking at what Black men specifically say and think about Black men. I'm like, it don't matter. It don't matter if they're FBA or not. It don't. It just doesn't matter. Like it's crazy work. It is crazy work. Crazy work. Tippy said Poland, LOL. I mean, I'm dead serious, though, Tippy. I kid you not. On these X accounts, you can see and I want to note to people, when on my Twitter, I get a variety, I get everything on my Twitter. I'm not specifically, the algorithm is not, specified to like one finite thing. So even for the divestors that I'm not even looking for them at all, like I'm like, all right, I got some video games here. Maybe it's some news about something going on in Africa, something going on in Europe, South America. We got stuff going on in the United States. We got the UK, Canada, tsunamis, earthquakes. Like I'm getting stuff from everywhere, right? But for whatever reason, I will still have the same divestors pop up that I've talked about on the channel. They'll pop directly up in my feed for unknown reasons, and I'm seeing it. I'm like, I ain't even trying to see this bird up here talking, because I'm like, you're just repeating it and regurgitating the exact same thing that you've been saying for like the last 3, 4, whatever years that you've been doing. I'm like, it's the same song and dance. I'm like, y'all not tired? Y'all not tired of just like eating into the exact same trash can every single day? Like nothing is different. I'm like, nothing new to say about like black men, Black American men at all. It's just the exact same. I'm like, all right, dog. We got to be living in the Matrix. We have to. Like it's crazy. It is 1,000% crazy. And also note to the fact that a lot of these Twitter accounts also got YouTube channels. Crazy work. So, like I said, the same. It's going back to what I said before. The same group that is out here saying that Black men don't have any value are the same ones profiting off of talking about Black men. Crazy work, though. I guess we got some value somewhere, though, because you can't make money off of yourself. You can't just specifically, I'm about to vlog about my life as a diver. No, you can't do that. So you got to use something else to monetize, because you don't have anything of importance or interest, right, in order to put out there to have people really gravitate towards you. or you have nothing interesting really about your life that would have people like, oh yeah, I want to sit up there and listen to. You don't. So again, you got to put something directly out there in order for people to gravitate, right? It's crazy work. It's diabolical, diabolical. So now it is not over. It's not over. We're gonna keep going down this road, right?
It's a rich man. You don't choose a rich man. Rich man choose you, all right? And most times when we're talking about rich men, okay, I'm going to assume we're talking about white rich men, okay, because those are the real rich men, all right?
All right, so we already see where it's happening, right? We see where it's happening, right? She's staying focused. She's talking about rich men and she was being specific. We got to talk about the real rich men out here. We got to talk about white men. Cool. No problem, right? So it should stay directly. And again, I'm just going by the other videos. It should stay specifically on that topic, right?
Right? Now, I'm not saying that we don't have any black millionaires. Absolutely. Yes, we do, okay? But most times what happens when we have our black millionaires, they don't want black women. Let's be clear, all right? They go to the other race, all right? And we don't have the millionaires like the white community do. You know, we just don't have it like that, all right?
But she's not going to delve into and explain why it is that we don't have a lot of black millionaires, black male millionaires directly in the black community. So let me just put it to you like this, right? The main millionaires that I've basically seen so far, and just in multitudes dealing with the black communities, are in sports, are rappers, right? So one is performative, right, which is sports. You know you got to go out there, perform a certain action, and you got to abide by the contract, and you got to perform for that contract in order to make those millions. The other performative is basically rap music. You have to degrade, you have to, say derogatory things. You have to, bring a type of, as people like to say, low level vibration in order to make certain types of money, because that is in your contract. That is what they are asking specifically of you, right? So when she states that we don't have a lot of black men who are millionaires, we do. But we could have more if people would actually feed into positive black men. We got black men out here that are inventors, that are entrepreneurs. We got black men that are builders. We have black men that work directly with the kids, that are buying up the block. But the crazy thing about it is, like I said before, those good black men are invisible. They're invisible. And I keep saying this. And like I said, nobody can disprove it at all. Good black men are invisible to the larger swath of black women directly out here, because 9 times out of 10, when you go on, and I'm just talking about online, right? When you go online and you listen to black women speak about black men, it's always the same stereotypical nonsense. It's always the wrong one. It's always like a Tyrone, a Kiwan, whatever it is, type of name it is. It's always somebody that's in and out in jail. It's somebody that's dependent on the woman. Is somebody that got a multitude of kids. Is somebody that likes to put hands on. It's always the same stereotypical negative thing. And I'm like, how does every single woman have the exact, almost pretty much the exact same cookie cutter story? And I'm like, that doesn't make any type of sense. I'm like, can y'all not have the same story about like a good black man directly out there? Like, what is up with that? I'm like, no, nobody ever questions that. Nobody finds that to be weird, that the only time that you will hear black women speaking on black men is the exact same negative stories. It's never a positive story. It's always the exact same negative story, as if it's some type of pre-written script that was just passed out, and they just told people, hey, you say this script, you get online, you say this script, and we'll pay you $100. Like, that's crazy. You never see this with no other group of men directly out. I've never heard fields of white women out there sitting up there be like, oh yeah, all these bad white dudes directly out here, and this white dude did this, and this white. You can keep going throughout the content. That's not what you hear. It's very specific and finite when it deals with black American men and how it is that they are referred to and talked about. It's some crazy work though. But again, how did black, you're talking about rich white dudes. That was cool, no problem. You got rich white dudes and billionaires out here. They sitting up there getting money. They Fortune 500, all of that stuff. Cool. How do black men get directly into the mix here? How does that come up? And then how do we go from you talking about black women getting with rich dudes or white dudes and all this other type of stuff, right? Interracial relations. So then you want to sit up there and be like, but when we have our rich black men out here, they don't want us. They want to sit up there and be with everybody else but us. Huh? How do we do that? Yo, when I tell people like the type of sorcery and a wizardry, this is beyond Harry Potter right here. This is crazy. Yo, this is wild. You're basically preaching to black women to go on these interracial type of findings and to find these men, but then demonize black men who have money for dating other women who are not black. That is wild. You can't make this up, boy. Let me tell you something. But let's keep going.
But to make a long story short, I wanted to come on and talk about that because a lot of you all talk about this rich man so loosely, as though you could just really just step out the door and you got a rich man. It doesn't work like that, number one, all right? Because first and foremost, if you're talking about dating outside of your race when it comes to a rich white men don't like the things that a black man like in their woman, okay? Rich white men are not into tattoos, okay? Rich white men are not into women with big booties. So when you're talking about a rich white man, all right, there are certain standards that you must have in order to get that man's attention. And if that white man is dating outside of his race, first and foremost, he cares about what his friends think about his partner. He cares about what his family thinks about his partner, which means if you are not representing him in a manner that is respectful, you're not going to get that rich white man, all right? Because rich white men are not into big booties. They're not into tattoos, okay? They're not into colored hair, okay? They're not into those types of things that we as a community like, okay?
Right? So YouTube random said now she's shaming black women. Nah. What she's basically saying is that the ratchets out here ain't about to sit up there and get like a millionaire or a billionaire, right? Those rich white dudes that are millionaires and billionaires, I've never seen somebody, let's say like Elon, like somebody who got like money like Elon. I've never seen them with one of like I have to sit up to say it like that. The ratchets, hood rats. I've never seen them with somebody like that. Somebody that's like street level, where she has like the most multicolored hair, the ultra like wigs, ultra makeup. She didn't had her butt done like 99 times, tummy tuck. I've not seen that. I've not seen it. And nor are they married to it. She's saying that there is a certain caliber of black women that are able to obtain this. She's correct. She is correct. She's not lying. She is not lying. You can look directly out here. And like I said, case in point, Serena not out here sitting up there like wearing like crazy ass hairstyles. It's the stereotypical, it might be like the ombre, the blonde, brown, whatever it is. But she's not out here looking like a tropical frog and that basically screams, hey, I'm toxic, I'm poisonous. She's not doing that. Right? It is pretty much the main standard that you normally sit up there and see when you have women out here dating men of other races. Their hair is going to be, one or two colors. It's going to be it's one of a few colors, right? Brown, ombre, that's the brown and the blonde. Some instances maybe you might see somebody with a white, right? But it's going to be pretty much standard issued colors. It's not going to look like a tropical frog. If you don't know what tropical frogs are, they look beautiful, but they're poisonous. That's why they have bright colors. Don't touch them, because if you do, chances are you will die from touching that frog. So that's why I keep listening to a tropical frog. So again, she is right when she is specifically talking about this. You said like Sexy Red, yeah. You're not going to sit up there and see Sexy Red with like somebody with like Elon money. It's like in superhero terms, like if anybody follows comic books, it's like where you have Universal threats, you got, galactic threats, you got dimensional threats, and then you got like street level thugs. Sexy Red is street level. She like it's there. No, the real Avengers are not taking street level serious. You're going to have street level dealing. You're going to have like Spider-Man or Luke Cage or Iron Fist dealing with street level thugs. The top of the top Avengers are not dealing with street level. They're dealing with actual, real. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, let's keep going.
Okay? They don't like thick women. They like thin women, all right? And this is just real life conversation, all right? And I know many of you all get offended about anything and everything. You're going to be offended because one thing about me, I'm going to give you the truth, all right? So I just wanted to come on and have that quick conversation with you all because so many of you all talk about rich white men as though you could just walk out the door and there you go. It doesn't work like that, honey. And as I said earlier, you don't choose rich men. Rich men choose you.
Right. I also want to sit up there and note, because I caught up to, I think, some stuff kind of late. Somebody got thrown directly into the shadow realm. For any dudes that want to come up here and they want to try to argue, you can argue as long as you stay respectful. Again, the greater majority of my moderators here are Black women. If you want to decide at any point in time to decide to be argumentative and stupid at the same time, and you want to say anything disrespectful, yeah, they're going to ban you real quick. They'll ban you before I even get a chance to, before I even see it. And that's clearly what happened at this moment in time. So yeah, for the other dudes out there, don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. If you want to be stupid, keep it directly to yourself internally. Don't let the world know that you're stupid. Don't do it. Don't do it, because that'll be the last time that you ever let anybody know that you're that stupid, because you'll be directly in darkness, the shadow realm, for a reason, the Bermuda Triangle. You will be directly there. Like I said, I keep telling people, I don't know why people still decide to go directly, and be drastically stupid in the comment. I don't like, and you got people that's like Shan was cordial enough to, as I'm sitting up here going, she was cordial enough to sit up there and have the back and forth conversation. Cordial enough to sit up there and do it. Didn't have to. She was cordial enough to sit up and do it. She could have packed you up a while ago, but she set up there and let you slide. And you decided that you wanted to take the liberty, and instead of just continuing the conversation on just, some surface level type stuff, you want to be disrespectful. Like I said before, this is why we don't have nice things. And people ask me all the time, like, yo, Seiji, how come you don't allow people to come up during your lives? Because if you got people acting crazy and saying stupid stuff that they don't got no business in the comment section, can't be respectful there, what makes me think that anybody has the common sense and the intelligence to actually be respectful when I bring them directly up here? That's all I'm saying. If I've been saying 99 different times to be respectful. And even in certain cases, even if I've had a not even like the live stream, what was it? Even a comment section, and I'm talking and I let people sit up there and talk. It's like I'll let some stuff sit up there and slide just for like conversation's sake, right? Just so, for entertainment, so that people can see the conversation. My moderators would be sit up there stepping in. They'll be like, yo, man, be respectful. Like, yo, watch your tone, watch what you sit up. Like I said, 99 different times you sit up there and tell grown adults, like, yo, don't get stupid, and you still want to sit up there and get stupid. It don't make sense. This is why I don't have people directly on the lives. If you can't have common sense directly in a comment section as a grown adult, and some of y'all got kids. That's the crazy part. Some of y'all got kids and y'all older than me. If you can't even sit up there and have common sense in the comment section, you think that I'm actually about to let people hear your voice on my channel? Brother. Brother. That's wild. That's wild. Like I said, I shouldn't have to tell grown adults who are parents of minors, or even got grandchildren for that matter. I shouldn't have to tell y'all how to sit up there and act. Like, that's wild to me. That's wild to me. And people wonder why it is that when we sitting up there looking at the world, it's in a complete disarray. You can just look online. Look online and look at how grown adults want to sit up there and speak to one another, and how they want to be disrespectful all the time. You can say anything that you want to sit up there and say, but that don't mean that you need to sit up there and say it. And that don't mean that everything need to be said. Like, there's a lot of things on live streams that I want to sit up there and say to people, but I'm like, hey, let me sit up there and come at it with some tact. Let me come at it from a different angle. Everything that's in my mind don't need to sit up there and specifically be said. Even if it may be truthful, it don't need to be said. But like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing. Like I said, I got a better chance of sitting up there like having live streams with like the younger generation. Just to be honest, I got a better chance of having them come up on here and me actually telling them like, hey, you got to be respectful. And they'll be like, hey, my bad, my bad. And they'll actually, from that one time, they'll actually learn, they'll understand it. And they'll just rewrite what it is, how it is that they want to specifically set it. You talk to grown adults like that, they'll be like, yo, man, you ain't about to tell me what to do. So I ain't sitting up there switching I ain't doing nothing. Yeah, nah, you good. That's why people stay directly in the comment section. Ain't nobody about to mess nothing up over here. We ain't doing that. Nah, buddy. Nope. Nope. That's crazy. That is diabolical. Like I said. Anyways, but yeah, going back to this woman right here. All she had to do was specifically just keep it directly on rich white dudes. Everything would have been solid. Everything would have been cool. But again, even still with that, the problem comes in that she wants to negatively bring up black men. And again, it's crazy to have a conversation where you talk about interracial dating and you're trying to train and teach black women on how to obtain a rich white dude and what it would take to get there. But then in the same time, you'll be like, oh, interracial dating, black women good. Interracial dating, black men bad. What? So, the math ain't mathing. The math is not math. Like I said, for me, I believe in equality. Whatever one is able to do, the other person, in a sense, should be able to do too. Is like it shouldn't be no type of judgment. It shouldn't really be no type of issue. But yet, this is the point of which we always arrive to. And the way that I look at this now is that it seems as though that this is a type of way for a lot of these folks out here, for a lot of the ones who are divestors and whatnot. This is a way for them to, of course, get more views, not just from women, but specifically from black men. The same men that they say that they don't want black women to try to obtain, try to be near, or all this other, they still want views from them as well, because they know that that's going to draw even more attention. Because once black dudes pull up to the scene and they start either defending themselves, or if the video is disrespectful, they're disrespectful back, you know what's going to happen. You're going to have those divestors that are going to pull up to the scene to defend, the person that is speaking, and then to also go in, quote unquote, on the, black American men that are in that comment section. Like I said, it's all money. It's like, I can clearly see it. I understand it. Like I said, it's a game at the end of the day. And I can clearly see what it is that a lot of them are doing. But it's just crazy to me that a lot of women out here, black American women, are not seeing this. It's just like the same hustle that what's that girl called? What was her name? The brick lady? Rhonda Oldsman. What was she? Is she Ethiopian or Somalian? I forgot. She's from somewhere over there in Africa. But it's like what she did. And that one thing that she did, I think, what was that, back in like 2023? That through, like, we wasn't really having conversations about like black men and women really like that up until that moment. And then that just threw that into like a whole nother avenue, because you saw that everywhere. And you had black women everywhere, 1000% believing that women, like, this is what we talking about with black men. They always want to put their hands on us, and they can never respect us, and this, that, and the third. And yeah, these black men, I got stories, and right, all of this stuff came directly out the woodworks. And then you had the ultra simps coming directly out, going directly for Rhonda Oldsman, being on her team, and be like, yeah, see, us as black men, and y'all, all to find out that the women lied. No simps apologized. None of them, no super simp at all. No super simp apologized. None of the birds out here who agree with Rhonda Oldsman. Oh, this black man, this and black man. None of those birds, none of them came out to apologize. Like I said, nobody, brother. Like I said, nobody, it's like people don't want to pay attention. It's like people do not want to pay attention when this type of stuff happens, and how it is that black men get demonized so easily, and how people are readily willing to accept those type of talking points with no type of proof. And still to this day, I promise you, I swear to you, still to this day, you still got women out here believing Rhonda Oldsman was beaten by black men. Crazy work. crazy work. I'm a little bit confused. Hold on. I'm a little bit confused. Hold on. Let me just, because there's a lot of stuff here. So he was like, why does color matter? Well, if you're in the United States, color has always mattered. So I'm guessing that you must not be in America, right? You said that I'm white. I have a black sister and a Mexican brother. In order for all of that to be going down, either somebody was married a multitude of times, somebody was adopted, or somebody is mixed race. Because you're not going to tell me that specifically just from two parents, you got all of this going on. You're saying you're white, somebody's black, somebody's Mexican, somebody's adopted, somebody's from another family, or somebody is a blood mixture. We're on some Harry Potter, type of stuff here, right? Then you said there ain't no difference between a Mexican kid and a black girl and their white brother. No, there are differences. I'm not even culturally. White people have a different culture from black people. Black people have a different culture from white people. Black and white people have a different culture from Mexican people. Mexican people have a different culture from white and black people. I'm not understanding how it is that people are trying to say like there are differences. Let's just put the difference real simple. You said that you're white. Difference number one. You said your sister is black. Difference number two. You said that your brother is Mexican. Difference number three. And then you can take that a step further and go directly into bloodlines. And there's going to be differences. And then within those bloodlines, you can then look at the ancestors of those people. Again, differences such as culture, such as history, such as life experience. Dear Lord. So then you said, my white dad has $500 million. I mean, either you must be like a trust fund baby and you just decided to be directly online. Again, I feel as though that if you really have that much money, I'm not even sure how you got here to this platform. Because in everyday people's minds, we're like, well, on average, 99.9% of the time, nobody rich is going to really have conversations with ordinary people. Rich people deal with rich things and rich people problems. They're not dealing with quote unquote commoners, everyday people. So like I said, there's a lot of stuff directly there, and stuff just ain't matching up. The math is not mathing. The math is not mathing on that. The math is not mathing on that. That is crazy. That is diabolical work. Let me tell you something. That's crazy. Simply said, "Oh, rich kid, let me get 10K for it." That's what I'm saying. I'm like, it don't even make it like this whole statement. This got to be AI. This got to be some type of, because that don't even make sense. Like, dog, rich kids they not sitting up here talking to like basic everyday people. What? Like, we're that's like seeing like some billionaire kid at like a hood party or something like that don't happen. Like that's some movie type stuff. Like what we doing? Like, yo, that is crazy. Like, brother, if I was rich, I wouldn't be here. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, and that's just being honest. Like, I'm worried about my own problems that revolve around the money that I got. I'm trying to, out there, like, since I got the money, I'm out there trying to build or fix something, right? I'm trying to problem solve some other issues, right? Because I got the ability to do it, or maybe I'm trying to invest and buy a company or take a hostile takeover, something like I'm doing some monopoly stuff. If I was born into money and that's all I knew, like that's what I would be doing. I wouldn't be fixated on nothing else because ain't nothing else my problem. Because again, there's levels. That's crazy. That is diabolical. Let me see. Now, True said, let's be real. Blacks and whites are not equal at all. I'm Chinese. The idea that blacks and Indians are equal to white people is ludicrous for us. What Indians are you talking about? I'm a little bit confused. What Indians are you talking? Are you talking about Indians from India, or are you talking about these Siberian folks that are claiming to be Native American? Which ones are you specifically talking about? 'Cause I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. And then the other craziest part is because because you said that, did you say you were Chinese? Let me go back up there. Because I ain't from China, man. Let me see, where'd you go? You say you're Chinese. So yeah, the other thing is as well that I do know that you're talking about like things being equal. I do know for a fact that over there in those Asian countries, y'all do not look at Indians as being equal, even though they're Southeast Asian. Y'all don't even like to consider them Asian. Y'all just let Indians just be directly to themselves. And that also has to do with colorism. Because you are Chinese, so you know about skin bleaching. You know about the shaming tactics and the treatments that go on directly over there in Asian countries, especially in China. So yeah, if we want to talk about people not being seen as equal or being equal, we can technically start there close to home. It's a little bit crazy to me. And then on top of that, you want to sit up there and say like it's ludicrous. Let's be real. You're Asian. You want to be you are the model minority, right? You are the divider that is in between black and white. You are that buffer zone. You want to be shoulder to shoulder directly with the West. And those are just not my words. I did videos directly on Chinese historians saying that the worst mistake that the Chinese ever did was open their doors to the West. Because after you guys, the Chinese people open their doors to the West, which is to the Europeans, you then started to basically pretty much erase who it is that you are, because you tried to emulate and become somebody else because you looked at them as being better than what it is that you are. Even though you got history, you got dynasties, you got all of these great things directly up over there, it's like y'all still chasing trying to be white, which doesn't make any type of sense. You're trying to be who is considered to be 7% of the global population. That's wild. Sorry, that was a Mickey Mouse laugh real quick because that's how funny it was to me. That's wild. Your population is literally chasing the ideals or the imagery of those who are pretty much 7% of the global population. That's wild to me. That is wild to me. But it be like that though. That is wild. 100%. What was it? JV said Simone Biles showed us that that rich folks have their own dating sites. Why would a trust fund kid be on YouTube in a live chat with less than 200 people? That's facts. That's bars. Like rich people do rich people stuff. Rich people do rich people stuff. Like I said before, you're not going to see millionaires and billionaires just like randomly inside of like a random chat. Like if it's Twitch, that's different because stuff is different on YouTube. Yeah, no, that's not how that works. that is not how that works. Like that is crazy. Sham was like, Lord have mercy. Sham said, look up the original Black Chinese. The funniest thing about that is, Sham, a while ago I did a video speaking and I showed imagery of the original people who are in China, Japan, and Korea. And I think maybe one other place. And all of those people were dark. All of those people were dark. Now, if you to look at those pictures from, let's say, like the 20s, 30s, and the 40s of Asian people back then, and you look at Asian folks here in 2025, almost 2026, it is a stark difference. You're not going to see melanin like that ever again. But like I said, this is what people do with, trying to breed certain things out with different types of medical procedures and or bleaching. This is what happens. Like I said, it's crazy though. It is diabolical. But oh no, folks, we're not done yet. We got more.
strong. We've been forced to be strong because the men have become so weak. You don't date, you don't marry, you don't work, you're broke, you're a baby daddy to 3 and 4 kids, you don't want a girlfriend, you don't want a wife, you want to live in a roommate who acts like a wife while you lay back and receive the benefits of her giving you wife duties. Then you
So we know who she's talking about. Within that first 17 seconds of her just firing off and being angry. Now, I want people to know when you look, I probably do it after, but there's a certain, I can't remember the actress's name, but she was real good in the 90s playing like the angry black woman. I thought that this was the actress, and I thought this might have been just like some performative type of thing. Nah, this is an actual person, and this is not that actress. That's some crazy work. But let's keep going.
want respect. Respect is earned. Being submissive to a man who is not doing what real men do is insane. Therefore, if you want a good submissive woman by your side, make sure that you are a good respectable man doing what good respectable men do, like work, date, marry, lead. Because love and sex alone won't keep a relationship strong. A woman being able to respect her man will. Nah, we don't want to be strong. We've been forced to be strong because the men have become so damn weak. Take a look at my comments. Weak men. Let's go, Net Nation. Be smart, date smart, choose wisely. And remember, I told you.
I just want to be very clear. She's not talking about white men. And going back to when I had people in the comment section talking about like, why does color matter? Color matters when people decide to bring it up in conversation. This woman here decided that she wanted to do a compare and contrast when it deals with color, when it deals with white men, color, when it deals with black men, color. One is seen as positive, white men. One is seen as negative, black men. One is the light, white men. One is the darkness, black men. So again, this is why it matters, because that's what the conversation is about. Like it's very confusing to me when people pull up to the scene like, oh, why does color matter? Why does people keep talking about color and that? Because this is what the topic is about. And again, if you're in the United States, in these United States, then you already know the history. But like I said, people want to overlook a lot of stuff, and people don't want to pay attention. D Money said, "Can I just exit? Is this kick a brother down today?" I mean, it'd be like that. I mean, at least coming from this woman right here, it'd be like that, because that's at least the videos that I was able to see, and I'm like, good Lord. I'm pretty sure I could promise you, without even doing any trying, I could have found more videos from some other content creators that felt that feel within the exact same box or area that she's specifically talking from. Also, the other thing I wanted to give a shout out to, or talk about or mention, is I wanted to give a shout out to anybody who saw the video that I posted recently. Let me see. Shout out to the, I think, what was it, like 300 and something folks that saw the video. I'm trying to go back to the studio real quick, so I can see. Yeah. Shout out to the 550 folks who pulled up to the scene and watched that video. Shout out to the 30 people who left a comment, on those videos. Because I specifically did a video. Well, technically, you know what I do here is, before I even go to the next one. Wait, Shan said, wait, you said, wait, Seiji, can you wait, can you find out, do she have a guy? From her social media, she's with a guy, and from what I can see, he's black. I'm not sure what type. But it's a fairly tall. I want to say the dude is probably like two, maybe, and like he's like 6 foot something, maybe like some 230 something. She's older, he's older as well. So at least from a recent video, she was out with an older gentleman that was not white. So like I said, when I see content like this and I see women speaking like this, And then I found out that they're not even with like the same men that they're trying to tell other women to go directly after. I get highly confused. It's like I don't understand. I don't get it. But again, it's money. It is money. Shame said, "Oh my God, wait, Seji, wait a minute. You said that she said, did I say that she's with a black?" From one of the videos, the recent videos that she posted where she was drinking at a dinner table, there was a black man with his arm around her, and then she also has another video, and I think I want to say that that's the exact same black dude that is in the house, and he is kissing her. So yeah, color me surprised. Color me surprised. Like I said, I can't make heads or tails of it. I can't even get my words off of that. Heads or tails. I can't make heads or tails of this. Like that's how confused I am by this whole thing, and that's why I try to tell people before. I'm like, dog, in a lot of these instances, you got these women out here talking all of this stuff, but yet they're profiting off of negative stuff and talking about black dudes in a negative light, but yet who they going home to, right? And this is the rare instance where you got a woman like this talking like this, but she's with a black dude. 9 times out of 10, in most instances, the woman is either single, she's dating men of other races exclusively, or she's already married to a white dude or a guy of another ethnicity. But usually with the last steps, that's usually how it normally goes. This is one of the rarities, but this also shows me yet again that it's about making money. It's about making money. Third, I said it's a paid actor. Yeah, that's crazy. Sham said, "LOL, he needs adult protective services." I mean, I don't know. Like I said, she's supposed to be as stated on her page, like some type of like life coach or whatever you want to sit up there and call it. I'm like, okay. With the type of anger that you're basically running off with, I don't know. Like I said, when the first time I saw the woman, it seemed like anger. It seemed directly like anger to me, and I'm like, yeah, I'm guessing that you did not have um a lot of positive instances with guys directly out here, so stuff happened. Stuff happens, I guess. It'd be like that. But the one thing I do want to go back over, dealing with the good guy. What is this? 29, what 12, 29, 4? Because only like 5 some people like saw the video. It technically fits within the area of what it is that we're talking about. What is it? 1229 5. Where is that? 1229. Yo, brother, come on now. Okay, that's the copy. 1229. That's 4. Hold on, let me just see something real quick. Okay, so maybe it's this one. Nope. Because I'm trying to find this video real quick. Come on, brother. Is it 1229 too? All right, so obviously I am not able to directly. I'm just gonna have to put the full. What's the name directly up there? No problem. All right, so let me go to downloads real quick, and let me find. This is the one real quick. I ain't trying to play the full video. Come on now. Okay, there we go. Let me just put this directly up there.
You already know how serious it is, Mike.
So this is to basically fit within what I said earlier to, spin things back around where guys who in a sense do what it is that they're supposed to do and all this other type of stuff, it doesn't really work out. And again, this guy did what women say online that a man is supposed to sit and do, provide. afford the house, afford the car, afford the kids, afford, the wife, afford, luxury and all this other type of stuff where a woman can just be and just exist, solely in that. And this dude lost. Two men actually lost. And still at the end of the day, you'll have women out here saying that they still want guys to try to obtain that or to be like those guys, even though you can clearly see that guys who are doing the things that women want them to do are losing. It doesn't make sense, and the math is not specifically mathing. But we're going to look at the before, and then we're going to look at the after for those who didn't see this.
Y'all, listen, you already know how serious it is in my household as far as what a man is supposed to do and all that stuff. This is my 6-year-old. Watch this. KJ, lean up here. Pause that real quick. What is a man supposed to do?
Pay 100% for everything.
Bills,
100%.
car payments,
100%.
dating.
100%.
Why?
Because that's what men do.
Come on, man. Come on, little man. You hear me? All right, go ahead. Go back to be on your phone. We are supposed to do this as men. This is one of the first things our fathers should have taught us. That's how to be a true protector and provider, right? It's even in the Bible what men are supposed to be doing. You understand me? This is what we are supposed to be doing by far from the very beginning. So these little boys that's been telling y'all ladies, yo, you got to work at whatever case is. Nah, don't let me listen to them. We be trying to put this conversation to bed. Y'all be like, I'll put it to bed. All right, well, stop acting like it then. Stop doing 50-50 and we'll stop talking about it. The moment you do 100% and step up like real men, that's when I'll stop talking about it. That's why I'll let y'all go ahead, go whatever, do whatever you're supposed to be doing with your life. But until then, stay away from calling yourself a real man if you're not willing to take care of real man responsibilities. Let that woman be 100% in her femininity by you paying all the damn bills, and let her be everything that she needs to be for you so you can be happy. I'm only telling you things for you to be happy, if you understand what I'm saying. But whatever, that goes over little boy's head. Grown man, y'all gonna catch this ASAP, all right? So, you know what I mean? If you agree, you agree. Shout out to you. If you don't, oh well, I can't make you become a grown man. Your daddy should have did that.
So we saw that, right? So basically what he's saying is that every man out here that's not doing what he's doing is not a real man. And that only real men who are doing what he is doing are real men because they've applied it. They're out here doing it. This is the part where it gets like very tiring, where you got dudes out here telling like dudes like, hey, if you ain't following what I'm doing, then you ain't real. I guess I ain't real then. I guess I'm not real. I guess that is specifically, what it is. Because my main thing is this, right? So him as a man, he's paying or he's affording everything financially, right? But then he also wanted to throw protector directly in there. He didn't list anything of how he was protecting. He listed how he was able to afford everything for that woman. He didn't list an ounce of protection. Just because you're financially whatever, don't mean that you can be, as financial you are, that you're offering 100% protection as well. You're not. You're not. Or at least he didn't sit up there and give examples, right? Within that time and space, because he was right there with his son. He had his son. Rapid fire question, son. This, that, and his son repeated all that. Nothing in there said about safety and protection. Nothing about that. Nothing was about like, yo, I could sit up there and defend her against, like 100 men coming directly into the house. I got like a secret armory where I could just put on a super suit and, I could stop an asteroid, from raining down and potentially smashing down the house of where my wife is and kid, I'm exaggerating, but he didn't listen to nothing like that. Everything was just superficial. Everything was just financial. He didn't even sit up there and state within that how he was even emotionally there for the woman that he was with, or how he could actually be there, or even engage in that type of conversation. Like I said, everything sounds great up until it's applied. So now let's look at the what's the word? What's the pronunciation? Not amplification. Application. Let's look at the application of all this information. Let's look at this real quick. I love live streams.
Your age, I'm 34 years old. Have you ever proposed to a woman before?
Yes, I did.
And how did that turn out for you?
Newly divorced.
But how long was your marriage?
8 years.
What do you think caused your 8-year marriage to deteriorate?
You know, it's one of those crazy things, man. People can wake up and say, I don't want to do this.
no matter what's built, no matter what legacies are in place, you know, if it's one of those situations where you can't control people, right? I can't control you. I can't make you do something you don't want to do. So, you know what I mean?
But did you provide in your relationship?
First month, quit your job. I'm here. I'm taking care of this. So I ain't had to see a bill in 8 years, you know?
So even though you provided 100%,
Right.
the marriage still failed.
Yeah, man.
You or your wife that files for divorce?
On her side.
Woo! That's diabolical. You afforded those bills for 8 years, and now she's probably with another guy getting her back blown directly in, back broken. She's getting a spine tingler. And I promise you, he doesn't have to do any of the things that you did in 8 years. He doesn't have to have all of that money. He doesn't have to afford her those cars. He doesn't have to afford her a lifestyle for her to be resting in her femininity. That's wild. That's wild. That is wild. You did all of that hard work, all of that, and the craziest part is, I've seen him in one of the original videos before where he was walking in the same area and he had all of these luxury bags. Like he had like the Louis and all this others. He had all of that for his woman, his wife. And he was up there trying to tell people, you know, about how to keep a marriage and how to be a real man and stop all of that talk about 50-50 and da 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 da. And here we are. Brings you right back to me. Because you couldn't deal with your own failures. That's crazy. That is some wild work out there. That is some wild work. But like I told people before, I'm like, you know, what I like to sit up there and do is that a lot of people would, you know, sit up there and be like, all right, well, you know, probably the reason why the divorce, you know, happened was, you know, specifically on his part and all this other type of stuff and you know, and rah rah rah, right? So what I did was add another video because I wanted to pair that directly. I'm trying to make sure I find it real quick. Let me see. It's a copy. I forgot what video was this. Okay, that's the other lady. I didn't finish that video, but there's another video that I have directly out here. I'm going to see if I can try to find this young lady real quick and put this video directly in front of you guys. It's a little bit difficult to find this, which is weird. Let me go to downloads real quick. Go to all. Because in the other video that I have directly up here, there we go. Here we go.
And today I'm moving out. There wasn't any betrayal. He didn't cheat or anything. Honestly, I just changed my mind. Sometimes clarity comes quietly. And choosing yourself doesn't always need a big explanation. But my village, the women in my life are so amazing. They've shown up for me in more ways than one, helping me pack, sitting with me, praying for me, making a hard transition feel lighter just by being there. I'm so grateful for community, for having people who hold you up when you're stepping into something new. So here I am, closing this chapter, putting pieces of my old life into storage and stepping into a new season. I don't know exactly what the future holds, but I am excited. I feel at peace and I'm ready for what's next in the new year.
So we heard that, right? So this young woman here was engaged. She said that the dude did nothing wrong. He didn't cheat. He didn't do anything. Pretty much he was the perfect guy on paper and in real life. But she just woke up. She was like, this ain't it. What that is basically, let me tell y'all something. When a woman is basically like, this ain't it, she's basically saying she's bored with that. That's a nice guy. It's boring. This life is too stable. It is too peaceful. There's no chaos. There is nothing to really make my head turn or to get my heart racing. I gotta go back out here in the streets. That's pretty much what she's saying. That's pretty much what she's saying. Can't nobody tell me nothing different. Because if you're telling me that this dude was a great guy, he was an outstanding candidate on paper and in real life, he didn't do nothing wrong to cause you to just cut off the engagement. Nothing wrong, brother. You wasted that dude's time and money. Another woman could have took that spot and been married. You wasted that dude's time and money. And people, and I keep telling people, y'all wonder why y'all don't have dudes out here wanting to get married or take this serious. Why, dudes are this is why. Because as I stated before, for all in case and purposes, that dude is a representation of quote unquote the best of us. He was good on paper, he was good in real life, good for the standpoint that he was a candidate that she dated. And then when he proposed, he took his time, energy, and money. He sat up there and planned, had everything set, proposed to her, had the ring and everything, and she accepted. Everything was going perfectly. She was like, nah, this ain't it, brother. So this is why I paired these two videos together. So just in case if people were like, all right, with the first video, there's probably more to the story. He probably did something that he's not really saying. All right, cool. Now give me that same exact thing for this video here. And that's coming from the source. I'm not trying to hear like, oh, well, there's two sides. You're getting the main side that everybody cares about. Everybody only cares about the side of the woman. She's the one that said that she ended it. So now I'm trying to see the think pieces. I'm trying to figure out how people are going to fix their face to sit up there and blame the guy. It was still his fault. He didn't do something right. Spider senses was tingling. Like I said, like, yo, that is wild. That is 100% wild. 100% wild. That is 100% wild. So basically what I'm saying is for the guys out there, dog, like you can do whatever it is that is picturesque for a lot of women directly out here. But at the end of the day, that's still not what a woman wants. That's my main point. That woman, this woman right here basically had a Russell Wilson and she was like, this ain't it. This ain't it. And then the birds that she got in the background, they decided to, oh, it's okay, girl. It's, it's great. We're going to help you through this. We're going to pray directly over it. You're going to find the right guy out there for you somewhere. Brother, what? She's going to find a future. And it's going to be a future leading to poverty. She's going to find the future of being a woman with 2 to 3 kids, of being a pump and dump. That's what's going to happen. Because the guy that she was more than likely with was more than likely willing to put up with whatever mentally, if she was broken, depression, whatever she goes to, he was willing to put up with all of that stuff. Whatever imperfections that she has, whatever she is the most insecure about, he was willing to put up with all of that and to help her work directly through it. She was like, nah, that's it. I also want to put this in there. When a lot of times that women happen to get what is deemed to be the perfect guy, not just on paper, but in real life, when they happen to actually get that man, they're afraid of actually having that man. Because that man now is going to put that woman to task, not by his actions, but just by his presence. Because if that dude is basically the ideal sense of perfection in a man that woman is seeking, now she has to work her way to be on an equal footing. Because in a lot of instances, people say that they want perfection. They want this perfected version of a human being, but they themselves are not there. So now that she has this in reality, now reality struck. So it's not him as the man that would normally get the cold feet. She has the cold feet because she either has to fight or she has to fly. And she chose to fly. Instead of her working on herself to match and meet him where he is, she's like, no, I'm fine where I am. You're a great guy and all, but I'm just going to dip out and I'm going to find somebody that's doing less than you so that I can just be where I am and I don't have to fixate and focus and look in the mirror and work on myself. That's realistically what it is. She wanted perfection, but she didn't want to meet that perfection on the exact same page, on the exact same level. She wasn't prepared for that. She wasn't ready for that. She didn't know what perfection was going to actually entail. And she saw it. And she saw it. Like I said, that's crazy. That is diabolical. No. That's not the ex-wife. No. It's not the ex-wife. Two different people. And I made sure I could have sworn I paired those up, and I spoke on that in the what's the name? Because somewhere on, so let me see if I can actually give y'all the cup. I'm going to have to go through a lot of bookmarks. Lord have mercy. Matter of fact, I'm not even sure if I even have it bookmarked. I would have to probably go to TikTok real quick. Let me see. Let me see. I'm just gonna try to type in I ended my engagement, and hopefully her video pops up. Wait, ain't this the I think that is the girl right there. Yeah, it is. Let me see. Now this is crazy. I'm looking at this comment section. One woman said like 31 is so young. We must get away from worrying about our age and the idea that we should be in a certain place by arbitrary timelines. I'm glad you chose you and inspiring others. Jesus Christ. Dog. Oh my God. There is oh dear God. Dear God. I'm about to I'm getting the video from her real quick. Lord have mercy. So let me get a picture of the couple real quick. It's amazing how many women are just egging this on, like, oh yeah, you did the right thing. You wasted that dude's time. If this was the reverse, women everywhere would be like, yo, you wasted this woman's time. She could have just been, doing bad by herself. She could have been out there finding the perfect guy for her. Bro, what? Man, yo. This is the type of stuff that gets on my nerves, right? So this is I don't think you can really see the picture. I mean, yeah, but you can technically great looking couple, right? A lot of women say that they want a tall dude, right? That's a tall dude. Obviously has weight directly on him. I'm not sure if he plays like sports or whatnot, or whatever. She looks great herself, right? Both a young couple, right? She decided to end the engagement with this dude, right? So now let's go to what she stated about it, right? Oh, wait, let me pull that video direct. Hold on, give me a second. Take that and take that. All right, so let me get this video real quick.
Engagement. I have been debating sharing this with the internet. I always said that I was never going to be the kind of influencer that only shares the good parts of my life. I've been able to build a platform because I'm authentic. It's really important for me to own my narrative instead of letting people assume and start rumors. Ending my engagement was the hardest thing I think I've ever had to do in my entire life. It's really not the breakup itself that's hard, but it's also having to like break up with the idea of the future that you planned and grieving that too. And at this big age, 31 years old, it feels like your clock is ticking faster and faster. I think that if sharing my story helps just one person, then it's worth it. I was trying so hard to make it work. Eventually, trying to make it work felt exhausting. It literally took me accepting the hard truth that I tried to ignore. Now, the moment I accepted that and said it out loud, I felt so much relief and honestly freedom. Not because I didn't care. I was finally listening to myself. Now I have to start over, rebuild myself, move out. It's scary. There's a lot of uncertainty, but that's also kind of the beauty in all of this. I get to start over. I am doing my best and I'm figuring it out one day at a time. So that's my truth. Love you. Bye.
I didn't hear a word she said. I'm just gonna be honest. She didn't say nothing. She did, because I know if this was the reverse, women would have so much stuff to say about a guy and it would all be negative. It would 100% of the time all be negative. No woman out there be like, you know what? He realized that just wasn't the relationship. This just wasn't the person for him. And I'm glad he realized that. And I'm glad he's on this new journey to figure himself. No woman out here would ever would ever say that. Would ever say that. But I'm going directly through her TikTok. And what was it? One woman said, she was like, I left a 10-year relationship at 33 and spent 2 magical years alone discovering myself and met my husband when I was 36. You have plenty of time, my girl. I'm so glad you did what was right for you. So you were in a 10-year relationship that you knew that you didn't want to be in, and you were there for what reason? Because again, I'm looking at these comments. These women aren't sitting up there saying that these dudes are bad. They didn't say that the dude was like putting hands on them, that he was just verbally, he was out there cheat. They're not saying none of this, because normally if a guy did bad, women would be so, you don't even have to pay a woman to sit up there and talk bad about a dude. You don't even have to pay them. They'll just sit up there and do it. They're not doing that. So I'm like, so at most, these were decent guys and you were there. Why? Why? If you knew that this was not the guy for you, why accept the engagement? Why go through the whole marriage? Matter of fact, why not have ended this during the time that y'all were just dating? Why go through 10 years? Why waste his time? Like I'm a little bit confused, and I'm looking through this. Another person said, I ended my first engagement and now I'm married to who I was meant to be. My husband with our first kids on the way. Starting over was the hardest and most worth it thing. Another person said it's better to end the engagement than to end a divorce. How about it's better to not even be engaged with a person that you know within your core? Because women know stuff. So can't nobody sit up there and tell me that a woman just doesn't know. Women have what's called there's no such thing as men's intuition. There's no such thing. Maybe it might be like a spider sense, but women have women's intuition. And God gave women that. The universe gave women that. And normally what tends to happen is that with this intuition, that intuition doesn't work with guys that are quote unquote ain't-ish type of dudes, right? Guys that don't mean them well, right? And magically it doesn't work with them. But magically the intuition pops up when it's a decent, or if it's some type of good guy. Magically everything is, oh, this is too perfect. This is too good. I gotta run. I gotta find myself right now. Huh? I thought you were finding yourself during the dating phase. When you were going out there dating him or dating multiple guys, I thought you were going out there finding yourself. I thought you were out there figuring that out. And then when you figure that out, this is when you landed upon this one guy and he asked you for your hand and you said, yeah, I would love to be engaged. I thought you were already going through that process. I thought that was already technically finished. I thought this was you, instead of being in your big girl phase, you were in your grown woman phase. I guess not. I guess not. Another woman said, also ended my engagement this year, also 31, also in Dallas. I see you, sis. We got this. Whew. When people say that single women keep other women single, believe them. Dear Lord. Another person said, I think that's the problem. Women get caught up in the imaginary clock, and it forces them to be in situations that they knew wasn't good for them from the start, which forces you to waste even more time and pushes your time frame even further back. What? She wasted her own time though. Like, brother, what am I looking at right now? What is this? Another person said, I ended my engagement in April and no one will understand the type of strength and resilience this takes unless you've done it yourself. It is scary and it is tough, but by making the decision, it's the start of a beautiful new relationship with yourself. That shouldn't you have been on this journey with yourself before you decided to get into a relationship and engaged? I don't understand how people are trying to champion the fact that, oh yeah, I'm on this new outlook of a brand new me, a brand new life, and just, figuring out that what? Huh? What are we doing here? How, brother? Another person said being engaged more than once is honestly so chic. Oh, Another person said 33 caught off my engagement in March, currently decorating my new apartment 2 days before Christmas, before I finally worked through that grief. You're spot on. Why did this is the thing though? All of these women talking, list why the engagement ended and list who ended the engagement. And I'm not trying to hear all of these stories about these woe is me and these tiny violins because I get tired of that. Every woman got the same sob story. Oh, it was the man, it was the man, it was the man, the man, the man, the man, the man. Every single time. 99.9% of the time, all women out here will say, oh, the marriage and the engagement ended. It was because it was the man's fault. Word? Every woman out here is perfect? Brother. Ew. That is crazy. Another person said, just a reminder to you, it may not feel like it, but 31 is still so young. Stop talking to her like she's a baby. Like, can we stop doing that? Can we just stop doing that? It'd have been different if you were talking about like a woman that was 21. She's 31. She's not that far. She's a little bit away from being 40. Can we stop making it seem like you're talking to a child, like you're talking to somebody in their early 20s that just got out? Can we stop doing that? Can we? Because I get tired of seeing this every single time. Because if it's not 30, then people are like, oh, 40 is so young. And man, come on, dog. Let's stop with this nonsense. Let's stop with this nonsense. Because at no point in time would y'all ever sit up there and give this type of empathy and sympathy if it was a dude. If it was a good dude out here, I would never sit up there and leverage all of this type of shoulder to cry on tiny violin. We're all sharing in these tears together. You would not be doing it. You would not be doing it. Let me see. Who else? Somebody said the best is yet to come. Somebody said, please take care of yourself, be kind, be gentle, pray for your queen. Another person said 31. You're just getting started. And remember, it's never too late to choose something different. We often tend to continue things before we are too far in. She wasn't engaged for that long. It's okay to turn around and choose another path. You honored yourself, and that's the best decision. Another person said, wow, as a 30-year-old who recently went through, why are all of these, every single woman is now in their 30s and going through the same, brother, what? I promise you, but they not dating the same guy, though. I'm a little bit, another person said, don't know you, but I'm proud of you. I know several women that knew that they shouldn't marry their husbands and still went through with it. Now they're divorced or stuck in a relationship that they hate. So what you're telling me is that women knew this ahead of time, but they still opted to get married. So I guess they did it for money. I guess they did it for security. But it's like nobody wants to list any of those things of the reasons that women really get married, even though they know that this is not a good situation. A lot of women get married for the security and money up until a certain point in time, and then they dip. So, like, brother, what is happening in these comment sections? This is crazy. Again, with the 31 is still young. Another, I'm not even sure what that's even supposed to mean. Woman said, I'm 36, single with no kids. Okay. All right. That just means you made good choices. I mean, I don't know what that one is even supposed to. All right. Another person said, you don't owe anybody an explanation. You were engaged and now you're not. Never feel entitled to being to your business being on the internet. You're beautiful. I mean, her business is on the internet because she's a content creator. This is how she makes money. And a lot of women, when they go through relationships, some of the main content that drives a lot of money is relationships, because every woman, no matter the race, will pull directly up to the scene and pull up to the comment section. Ah, yes, I done gone through this. I feel this. I understand this, and that's correct. So, so what we're gonna do here is, because the other videos obviously weren't highlighted, So we're going to have another woman's interpretation of this. Again, entertainment purposes. I mean, I can really technically care less about the whole situation, but you got other women that decide that they want to, add in their 2 cents and make content, directly off of the relationship. So that's what we're going to sit up there and do. We're going to just listen to the perspective, right? Because again, we heard the first video of the woman that you see in front of you. She didn't say nothing bad about the guy. She said zero, right? So now we're going to listen to this woman and her interpretation, or maybe some videos that she ran into, and we're going to see what's happening here.
I just want to go a little bit deeper into the whole situation, because she also said she was tired of having to beg her man to do things, like things that he should want to help her with as a man, okay? And I also want to address a lot of the men in the comments saying, well, don't think she's gonna find it again and this, that, and other. Who said she wanted to find another one? Who said that she was breaking up with him because she wanted something else? Maybe she just wanted to be alone. And guess what? She has to deal with that on her own. She has to deal with...
Hold on, brother. We're not doing that. We're not going to skip over what she just set up and said. She was like, so what if she just wanted to be alone? Then why would you decide to get into a relationship? Why would you, first of all, why would you go into courtship, and then from that courtship go into a relationship, and then probably living with each other, right? Before the engagement, right? Having premarital relations and everything, right? And then within that, living with each other and having because she had to move out of his place, not her place. She had to move out of his place, right? So he has something established, right? So just to get that clear, this dude wasn't broke. He wasn't a bum, right? So then he decides to get an engagement ring and propose. If she wanted to be alone, then why didn't she do that from the beginning? Why even entertain the dude? Why even entertain the time? Why even move into his like? Do a lot of women out here, when they make content, do they not listen to the? I'm not going to do it. We're going to keep going.
Possibly losing the love of her life. She got to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? But if one person wants out of a relationship, that's all that matters. After that, there's nothing that can be said. Don't be trying to talk people into staying and guilt people into staying, because nobody tries to talk and guilt men into staying into relationships.
Whoa, that's a lie there, buddy. This is how I know that you don't talk to men and that you're not around men. Let me hold on. Let me let y'all know something. Any man who has been in a long enough relationship with a woman, and let's say like they're not married or maybe they have kids, their friends out there, their guy friends will sit up there and have conversations like, all right, man, y'all been around, for a minute now, y'all living together, all this. Like, yo, so when y'all having kids, or when y'all getting married, and when y'all going to sit up there and make the next move, the big step, right? Guys get this all the time. Like, I'm not sure where she get, like, this is man, this is bird talk right now. This is call. This is straight bird talk right now. She don't know what she's talking about when it deals with men. Like, oh my God. Jesus Christ. Like I said, she's never been around men. She's never been in those groups. She's never been in those settings. She can only talk from being a woman and being around women. Like, this is, and y'all be listening to these. All right.
Y'all let y'all niggas ravage through hundreds of women and dap them up for doing so.
Whoa, brother, hold on. We're not going to pass over that either. You said that we as men, so I as a guy, I allow my guy friends to just go through women. Do you not know I got some dudes out here who can just get women just by like stepping, like they've never had a shortage of women. And I'm talking about, these are both dudes who are from the darker complexion to the lighter complexion. They have never had a shortage of women. They haven't had to fight. They haven't had to sit up there and like work they butts off to get the attention of women. It's just God given. God bless them with the looks, with the genes to be able to just do that. You're not going to sit up there and tell me that I am allowing those guys, of which I don't have, those are not my sons. I don't have control over what other men do. On top of the fact that women decide to allow the attractive dudes to do whatever. Let's like, I get tired of like when women get online and they want to play these games as if like, yo, men are just taking advantage of women. Act completely dumb when it deals with attractive men. Prove me wrong. Somebody say I'm incorrect. And I will sit up there and bring up pictures of attractive dudes and how those dudes then got multiple women pregnant and still getting women pregnant. Attractive dudes that have sat up there and cheated on women, and those women still. Matter of fact, hold on, I don't even got to do that. Let me just bring in Usher Raymond. Usher Raymond. Women out here all over, don't matter the race, find Usher attractive. Usher is a famous singer. Usher was in a relationship and married, but you know what Usher did? He cheated. And you know what Usher did as a singer, as an attractive man that all the women out here love? He turned that cheating into a record. And you know what women are doing? They're singing every single song and paying to go see Usher, who is a cheater and still wants to be with Usher and have his kids. Come on. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? There's a multitude of male entertainers out here who are deemed to be attractive that have been found out to have cheated on whatever woman that they were with, and women are still paying to see them. Women still know every single word to all of their songs. Women are still dressing up to the nine. They're dressing up in ways that they would never even dress up for their husband or for their boyfriend. And they're dressing up to go see this man at a concert. Thousands of women. But these dudes, they're cheaters, but it's okay for them to cheat because they're attractive. Come on. Come on now. Come on. Sham was like, Usher's not. I'm just going by the consent. Sham, you gotta just follow me real quick, right? I'm going back from like when Usher first came out. When Usher first came out, he was a teenager. Grown women that were in their 20s and 30s said that Usher was attractive. Chris Brown, when he came out when he was a teenager, grown women in their 20s and 30s saying that he's attractive. Little Bow Wow. I can keep going. And these are grown women. So if you got the grown women going crazy, you already know that their daughters and their nieces and their granddaughters going crazy for them. So that's all I'm saying. And the reason I brought up Usher is because you got a variety. You got probably like 3 different generations that be going to Usher concerts, right? So you got older women that's you got some 60s, 50s, then you got the 40s and the 30s, and then you got the 20s that are, and all of those women go to Usher concerts. So obviously, he's attractive to a point where he can get different generations of women to pay to come see him and to do meet and greets and to still want to have his kids and to sleep with him and, all of those things. That's all I'm saying. Women act dumb to attractive men. That's all I'm saying. That is, I've seen it throughout life. It's not just social media. I've seen it in real life. I've seen it in real life. I done seen some of the main dudes out here that are deemed to be attractive, right? I'll just go back what I said, quote unquote, some of the most attractive dudes out here, they can just sleep with women. I done seen this in high school where the dude who's supposed to be like the apex of attractiveness is literally sleeping with multiple girls. And the girls know it. The girls know it. Like I said, nobody can tell me no different. Attractive dudes, it's just like the same thing with women with pretty privilege. It's the same thing with dudes. If you are attractive, you can do whatever it is that you want to sit up there and do. Like you got quote unquote attractive dudes out here. Women are sitting up there paying for the dude to go to a dinner. The woman is paying for the dinner. They're paying for the car rental. They are paying for his house. They're paying possibly even for college. They're even getting him multiple jobs. Or better yet, he could just sit and stay directly at home and be pretty. Like, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Mo said Jermaine Dupri wrote Confessions. Well, in real life though, it was stated that Usher cheated though. I mean, at least from what I can recollect. I could be wrong. Maybe he didn't have, one on the way. Maybe he didn't have kids with different women. I could be incorrect. I could very much be incorrect. I could stand corrected. But I'm just saying, my main point is this. Even if Jermaine Dupri did write it, what I'm saying is women are looking at a dude who is singing songs about basically cheating on the woman that he's with and what it is and how it is that he did her wrong, and they're singing this as if it's a positive thing, as if it's something that you should be singing about. I thought we were supposed to look down upon cheating. I thought that wasn't supposed to be glorified. I thought that wasn't supposed to be okay, no matter who the man is, what the status is, or what that guy looks at. I thought that was supposed to be frowned upon because women are supposed to be treated like queens, princesses, things of that nature. We're supposed to value women and not devalue them, right? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's you know, that's you know, that's all I'm saying, you know. Third, I say he cheated on Chili from TLC. You know, the funniest thing is I've heard I've looked at interviews of Chili from TLC, and I've looked at those interviews, and Chili kind of reminds me of Eve at certain points, and that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's not, I'm not gonna say no more, no less. I you know, hey, it be like that, you know. Um, SA said, guys, let's all pray and turn to God. Oh, that's crazy. That is crazy. Like case like wait, what did Tippy say? Tippy said, I remember an attractive teacher who slept with her students. Grown men let it slide because she was attractive to them. Wait, Tippy, how do we get here? I'm talking about the dudes and how it is they got the pretty privilege and they can pretty much do anything that they want. How do we get to like teachers and sleep with? How do we get here, Tippy? How do we get how did the goalpost just like swap directly to a different angle? You know, I don't know what just happened to me. Third, I said, women have made dudes famous. Just look at the. Oh yeah. The criminal mugshot dude. That dude, because of women. Hold on, let me post that. I'm glad you brought that up. Third eye. Women by themselves. Men didn't do this. Men, and I want to know, men did not do this. Where's that dude's picture? Let me see if I can get him. Let me hold on. Criminal mugshot. Because I remember that dude too. Yeah. That's the dude's name. Jeremy Meeks. Yeah. Yo, women were going wild over this dude. And I'm talking about women all over. And like I said, this is what be. And like I said, hey, there is no hate in my blood. Hey, glory to the winner. Shout out to Gundam Battle Assault. This was the dude right here that women all over the world were going directly wild for. As soon as his mugshot was released, I kid you not, there was water and there was never a spot of rain. There was not a pond or river. There was water everywhere, and there was not rain. There was not rain. There was no ponds and no. Yeah, let me tell you, women by themselves single-handedly made this dude who was a criminal famous. Men did not do this. Men did not enable this to happen because we wouldn't. It's like, dog, you did the crime, you did the time. That's it. We're not going to celebrate you because you look a certain type of. Women do this. This dude, women made this dude so famous that I think he ended up getting like a modeling gig or something like that. It was crazy. It was crazy. Women did that. And that's what I be talking about. Women act stupid to dudes when it deals with dudes who they find to be attractive. This is how it works. So like I said, can't nobody tell me different. Can't nobody tell me like I've out of the history of mankind, I have never seen nothing like this. And like I said, there's no hate in my blood. Yo, hey, all power be to that man. Obviously, you know, God bless this man, and it worked out. You know, because I promise you, he could pretty much get any woman that he looks at. He could probably sit up there and get her with no problem, and she would pay for everything. I kid you not. Because that, first of all, women find him attractive, and then on top of that, he's already been to jail and prison to serve time. That's the combo right there. It's over. It's over. It's over. He got women sitting up there moving without even touching them. It's over. If this dude was able to sing, oh, it's over. This man would have been hosting concerts in Vegas. This man he would have been Mr. Worldwide. I'm shocked he doesn't have kids all over the place. I'm shocked. I'm completely shocked. Like I said, there are dudes out here as guys. We know that there's dudes out here. They can do anything in the world. We know that. The rest of us have to work. I myself, I have to work for anything that I want to basically obtain. It's an uphill battle. It just is what it is, right? Like I said, and I told people before, and I'm honest about my situations. Like I said, even growing up, I've had I mean, I'm pretty sure this happened to, well, not everybody, but to some of those out there, been called unattractive, ugly, and things of that nature, right? That's happened to me, and I'm like, all right, I'm cool with that. I can, I'll sit directly within that, and I'll just figure out a way to work from without or around my ugliness or unattractive. I'm fine with that. I can deal with that, right? It is what it is. Because again, that's going to build character. You're going to have substance. You're going to have things there, right? But like I said, you got some people out here, God just opens up and be like, hey, we're going to place you directly here. Maybe you might have been supposed to be part of the angel group, but we're going to put you down here amongst the humans, and we're going to let you have fun. That's what happened. That's what happened. Wait, Ty said he has 2 kids. I would expect him to have more kids in future. I would expect him to have more kids in future. The way that you got a lot of women out here, they will fawn and basically fall on the floor for a dude that's light with light eyes. Yeah. I'm shocked he don't got like 9 kids. Because realistically, I see women just basically running him down. Not him chasing after women, but women running him down. Just like they ran him down just off of the mugshot. They didn't know what he was in jail for. The craziest part is I remember when the whole story was hot, women were like, I don't care what he even went to jail for. They didn't even care. They were just like, for the simple fact that they find him appealing and attractive, it don't matter if he killed 42 people. They were like, yo, I'll bail him out. I will wait for. I'm like, you have to be kidding me. This is why I sit up there and tell people women don't really know what it is that they want. You can be the ideal good guy. You could have all of the traits like, you're a provider, you're a great father, you're a good man, you respect women, and it don't matter. It don't matter. It does not matter at the end of the day. Like I said, that's why I showed off that previous video with that woman who got off with the engagement, and she said that it was her and not him. Right? Crazy work. D Money was like, my mother tells me I'm handsome. I mean, I feel like all of our moms, pretty much do that. They see, stuff within us. So it's like, that's again, this is why I said, like, I'm only speaking for me, right? I'm only speaking for me and the stuff that I heard, from like, childhood and stuff like that. So, and like I said, I don't try to debate, I don't try to argue, I just let it be. It's like, hey, that's how you see it. That's how you see it. I ain't in no get back mode. I ain't about to sit up there and talk about nobody's weight, nobody's looks. I'll leave it aside. It's like, you got it. I'm like, you got it. I don't got time. Like I said, we'll figure out stuff. You said, Marty, what is up? You said, I believe either he was in a relationship with a girl who was a part of the Johnson & Johnson family. Brother, what? Hold on. Let me look that up. Right. Jeremy Meek. Yeah, he was signed by a modeling agency while still incarcerated. Yo, that's wild, son. This man was pulling, he was doing a LeBron. Like, LeBron got a contract while he was in high school. This man, Jeremy Meeks, had a contract deal with a modeling agency while he was still locked up, brother. Jesus Christ. What? I ain't never, I swear, this right here, that's a once in a lifetime, brother. I swear to goodness, that is a once in a lifetime type of thing. That is wild, brother. That is wild. Lord, what? You got a modeling contract while being incarcerated, son. You're blessed. You're blessed. Wait, so he's with a woman. Oh no, they were. Melissa has also detailed meeting up with Meeks to talk about divorce. I told him I didn't want the marriage and it couldn't be saved. He agreed. The marriage is over. And 2018, Green announced that she and Meeks gave birth to a baby boy named Jaden Meeks Green. Important relationship was with my co-parenting. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's currently with anybody at the moment in time. Why I'm looking at, is she, what's her real name? Because the way that she looks is as if she was a part of the industry, entertainment wise, from the other side of the entertainment industry. That's crazy. That I'm just sometimes you look at the choices that people sit up there and make, and it's like, wow, that's crazy. You could have anybody in the world, and wow. Ah, dear God, all the choices of women that, dear God, my eyes burn. My eyes burn. Why, dear God? All right, to each of their own. To each of their own. That is wild. Whatever. That's just. Anyways, let's go back, because this is just like, the more I look into this, it's just blowing my mind even more, because it's more details that I didn't know about originally. And so we're going to go back to this woman trying to explain the story,
and especially hopping from woman to woman. Okay, now, if she broke this man's heart, I'm so sorry to that man. I never said he did anything wrong. I never said that. I said I know how men operate, and there's plenty of men in my comments that agree with me.
dog. It don't matter if there's many of your comments that agree with you. Focus on the guy who's a part of the whole situation, and then you want to. I just want people to know the reason why she's walking back is more than likely she said something stupid. She was talking like a bird. She was talking like a bird, and she was siding directly with the woman, saying the stuff that normal women say when it deals with men. Oh, the men is this, the men is that, and da da da. And now she got to walk that back and be like, well, all I really said about this dude was this, and that, and the third. But realistically, there are men out here that are like this, and I have men in my comment section that agree. I don't care about them that sit up there and agree. I care not. I care about the dude who literally wasted his time and his money to get engaged to a woman that knew that she didn't want to be engaged in a relationship with this dude in the first place. We're talking about that. Stay on that topic. Stop talking about all these other random dudes that have nothing to do with this situation. Is it that difficult for women just to stay on topic? Like, I don't. Maybe it's just me. Let's keep going.
This is the start of his villain era. That's what people, I mean, we know this. We know this to be true, because y'all cannot handle heartbreak the way that women do, and it shouldn't be no heartbreak all around,
I got you.
It's a sad thing, but it happens all the time. Women constantly go through heartbreak. Men are constantly disappointing women. That's just what it is, and vice versa. So it's just like, let's not, what I was saying, I hope that this man doesn't take it out on women after her, because the women after her are not her.
Dog, shut up. Just shut up. Just 100. Just shut up. At this point in time, it's like, the woman is at fault, and because her brain, the hamster, is fighting for its life, trying to find a way to on how it is that she can blame men. So instead of being able to blame the actual guy who did nothing wrong in a relationship, she's like, let me sit up there and move the goalpost. Well, we got men out here that do. We're not talking, brother. Why do y'all listen to these birds? I need. Why do y'all listen to these? She is fighting for her life in her own video, and nobody is even pressing her. She is fighting for her life. She got to move the head around because she probably feeling the heat. She's sweating. Her brain is overthinking. Her eyes are going left to right. She don't know what to do. You would have thought that she was in a boxing match and this was like the 8th round, and she barely got anything in the tank. You would have thought that something was really happening. She is in the car talking, fighting for her life. Brother, how do y'all listen to these birds? How do y'all listen? I don't get. It's women like this that will keep y'all single. And this is what I keep trying to tell y'all. She don't know nothing of what she's talking about. She can't even stay fixated that the woman is wrong. She wasted this dude's time. She can't even really be honest about that. And if she can be honest, she's like, oh, what about this? But realistically, both men and women do it too. We're not talking about men and women doing this to each other. We're not talking about whataboutisms. Like, dog, like this is what a lot of guys be talking about. A lot of women just can't stay fixated and focused on the fact that a woman did something wrong and just break that down and talk about that. It got to be the goalposts got to move. It got to be a scapegoat. We got to bring other men that have nothing to do with the situation in here in order to substantiate a point about men, which realistically has nothing to do about the actual story. But we want to sit up there and still try to blame men for the reason that things happen, even though a man is not the reason why the engagement broke apart. Wow. Let's keep going.
That's what I was saying. And the thing about it is, who knows the real ins and outs of their relationship?
She does. The woman that's below you in the picture knows the ins and outs. She said that the guy did nothing wrong. What are we talking about? I want y'all to know the reason I got this reaction. This is my first time seeing this video. This is why I got to keep stopping a bit, because she's just talking stupid. Brother, sweet mother of Christ, I've never in my life, this is insane to me. And for the women out there, y'all give these women views. Y'all give this type of stupidity views. She can't even stay on track. So you mean to tell me that you said that you wanted to give further insight, which she first said, I want to give further insights on the ins and outs of this situation. So you're thinking by the context that she gave that she paid attention, that she has more information than what it is that the general populace knows from the original woman below that recorded it. She don't know nothing. She don't know nothing more than nobody else. So this is why, how long were you in this video? 2 minutes and 11 seconds. She's like, oh, none of us really knows what really happened in the what, brother? She do we got to transcribe? Do we got to have like ChatGPT? The craziest part is the same woman talking that has the image of the video right below her in the caption. Let me zoom this in. I gotta make this bigger for myself, right? I think I messed it up. Come on, brother. Hold on, I think I pressed the wrong button. Yeah, I did. Is there a way that I can zoom this part directly in? I guess I can't. But so let me get closer. It says that woman 32 explains her side of the story after facing criticism for ending the engagement and leaving her fiance. She says he did everything right, but it wasn't enough because she woke up one day and changed her mind about the marriage. So how are you sitting up there saying that we don't know the ins and the outs, and you're stating all of this stuff about him and men in general? I think I even just like lost my point that I was even trying to make because this is so stupid. I understand why people drink. Let me tell you something. I understand why people drink. It's women like this. I get it. Let's keep going.
Unless Unless, I don't know. Like, it is what it is. She made the best decision for herself, just like men do. Men make decisions for themselves. Men make decisions for themselves, and most of the time they don't consider anybody else. All right, and you're not going to get in my comments and try to gaslight me like men love so hard. Men cheat so hard. All right, married men are the singlest men in the world. All right,
Brother, what are we talking about? Shouldn't you be talking, if you're talking about single men, shouldn't you be looking at China? They got a population of over 1 billion directly over there, and none of those, and a lot of those men have never been with a woman. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Brother, how do we, dog, where are her stats? Did we not just sit up there and have on the news? Somebody can look it up. Should be about 2045 that the greater majority population of the women on this planet are going to be single. What is she talking about right now? There are less men out here than there are women. So how are you? Oh my God. And then you want to go into the whole cheating thing. Like, you're trying to, like, how are you placing all of these what ifs on this situation? Like, this is what I be talking about, dog. Women can't even stay directly on topic enough to get to a point. Like, this is just moving everywhere. Now it's just like you're just demonizing men in general. It's like, yeah, men are out here, they're cheaters. They don't actually love women. They're just selfish. And this. Did this woman not just do a selfish move by being in a relationship and then allowing this dude to get, propose to her, and she accepted the engagement and she wasted his time because she just ended it? Did she not just, was that not selfish? Brother, what? Brother. Jesus. Let's keep going.
clock that. Married men and men with women, girlfriends, in relationships are the singlest men in the world. They could care less about their families. They could care less about their woman. They could care less about their kids finding out what that's going to do to the psyche of their children. They could give a shit less most of the time.
So, right, she's talking about married men, right? But did she not look up the stats when it deals with Jamaica and Nigeria just in those places by themselves, where you got men that are raising kids? I think, what was it in Jamaica? I think what was it, about like 25% of men are more than likely raising kids that are not even legitimately theirs because the woman lied and she's been hopping from pole to pole to pole. And the same thing in Nigeria, where they got the highest, both Jamaica and Nigeria got the highest illegitimacy rates when it deals with the kids because women are out here lying and just jumping from men to men to men. Like, what? This is how I know that you got a lot of women out here that live in their own reality. This right here lets you know that you got a lot of women out here that live in their own pre-made reality, where women are just perpetual victims. Everything bad always happens, and the main person that's always doing it is men. Women are never accountable for whatever it is that they do. Like I said, if you look at the stats dealing with Nigeria or Jamaica, she's gonna be like, oh well, it's the men's fault at the end of the day. It's the men. So the men are forcing those women to have multiple kids. The men are forcing those other women to lie to other men and have those men raise their kids. Brother, make it make sense. Make it make sense. Can we make this make sense? Like, this is crazy. This is let's keep going.
Married men cheat a lot. And then we're supposed to say, oh, a man is a man. No. That's a weak ass man. That's a weak man who can't control his flesh and think about the impact that could possibly have on his wife, her feelings, how that could hurt her, his kids, how that could hurt their feelings, how that could impact them and how they view love and relationships. They care about their weenus. They care about what their flesh wants more than anything, and then they'll deal with the repercussions later because, oh, I'm a man, I have needs. That's why the hell you got married, right? Because you got coochie at home. You know how they say you got food at home, you got coochie at home.
Cool.
So whatever she decided, that's her prerogative, just like it's any man's prerogative. If if people decide they don't want to be in a relationship, they don't have to be in a relationship. You're not going to guilt anybody into being in a relationship.
But we're beyond a relationship. We're not dealing with simply a boyfriend and a girlfriend. These are fiancés. This is a step above, which means that there's more responsibility, which means that you actually fully thought this out because you're now getting into a fully real committed relationship with somebody. We're not dealing with boyfriend and girlfriend no more. We're dealing with fiancés. Like, what, brother? So let me get this straight, right? So nobody can guilt a woman to be or stay into a relationship, but people can guilt men into trying to get married because society says or women say that, oh, if you've been with a woman long enough, you should be now getting married to her because you got random dudes out here. But like, oh, I sat up there and met my girlfriend in like 2 days and we're automatically engaged. We've been married. So because you got those random examples of dudes who were just like, I'm just instantly going to sit up there and do this. Now that's the standard. That should just be the automatic go-to. We're not going to take out the time and the energy to get to know somebody, because you find out now that when people get divorced, they sit up there and say that, I was married to a person for 25 years and I realized that I still didn't actually know who it was that I was married to. How is that even possible? It sounds like to me that people didn't spend enough time actually getting to know each other. That's what it specifically sounded like. It sounded like people sat up there and got married way too quick and overlooked a lot of red flags that they should have paid attention to, but they did it because it's a quote unquote societal norm, or people were like, yo, man, you got to stop playing with these women and you need to get married instantly. But nobody want to talk about that though, right? Let's keep going.
If you do, you're wrong. Because somebody's going to be unhappy. Somebody's going to be resentful. Like, you can't keep a soul that does not want to be kept. Have you ever heard like putting love spells on people and stuff like that? If you put a love spell on somebody and their soul doesn't want it, their soul will try to escape.
Brother, you're talking about soul spells. The only people that can perform witchcraft are women. So are you a witch? Because it's very interesting to me when I see a lot of these women on social media and they start talking about like witchcraft and doing stuff and putting stuff in men's food to make them love them and love potions and all. It's primarily women. Matter of fact, let me just roll that back. 99.9% of the time, it's women that always bring this up and talk about it. Zodiac signs, putting stuff in men's food, figuring out, certain things and words to say to make a man love you or to fall in love with you. And yeah, y'all be really paying attention to these women, huh? Birds of a feather, flock together. And that's what I clearly happen to see when I look at a lot of these social media posts and videos directly online where women will co-sign all of this foolishness. And I just want to be real. 99.9% of everything that she said had nothing to do with the man in the relationship. I want y'all to understand this is the type of wizardry and sorcery that women are able to do online. And it's performative in nature, but it works so well that other women will sit up there and eat it up and they won't even critically think. She talked about a topic, but she spun everything in there, quote unquote, so well with, a dash of trauma, a dash of emotions, a dash of her really getting anxious and feeling a certain type of way because I guess she was reliving, certain things that men have done to her or a man did to her or what a man did to one of her girls or what she saw from her mom or her, right? She was doing all of these things, putting all of these emotions out there in order to sell this big package, this big gift of nothing. And it didn't get to the real problem, which is that a lot of women out here say what it is that they want, but that's not really what it is that they want. And when women actually get what it is that they want, they're just like, nah, this wasn't it. This wasn't what I thought it was going to be. A lot of women out here, and somebody said in the chat earlier that Jesus is the only man that's perfect. Right? Cool, no problem. We're going to use that as just an example. Jesus can be the most perfect man directly out here, do everything and all this other type of stuff. And I promise you, he still would not be good enough for women out here. He would still get divorced. He would still get cheated on. I promise you. Nobody can tell me no different. Like I said before, we got examples of good guys directly out here who are doing right by the woman that they are with. They picked or selected the woman. They had intent, they had purpose, and they showed through way of emotions and actions. And even still, with all of that women normally and generally ask for, that still is not good enough. That still is not enough. Like I said, so I ain't trying to hear nothing. Jesus would not be good enough if he would have stepped foot and wanted to date the women out here. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. But let's continue.
Any way possible, and that could be through death of you, of them, or like anything could happen. So let people go. Just let them go. If they're to come back, they will. If you want them back, you can accept them. If you don't, you don't.
Well, it cut off right there. I thought it was actually going to go a little bit longer. I guess maybe it is a blessing. Let me see if I can actually find a continuation of her video. Oh, actually, looking at that video, she got 4K plays and only 4 comments and only 44 likes. I mean, well, that speaks for itself. That I didn't notice that before. That speaks for itself right there. Let me look. Let me look at this. Hold on. I mean, let me obviously it must be working for her because minus that video, she has 136K followers and 1.1 million. So obviously a lot of women pay attention to her content and listen to hey, this is why I sat up there and said a lot of women make other women famous and a lot of women will keep other women single. Hey, it's crazy work out here. It's diabolical in nature. Diabolical. But I'm gonna let this video play because I gotta actually answer the door real quick, and I will be right back.
In 3 weeks, a black man who I am a colleague to has sent me a joke about how soft and nurturing and coddling white women are, and how mean and harsh black women are in relationships. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you're a white woman, don't participate in that. It's not funny. They're testing to see what you're going to do, what you're going to say. It is absolutely disgusting that they even think that it's okay to send me that. And it's offensive to me that they believe I'm going to laugh at the expense of black women. There's nothing funny about it. There are plenty of things that we can joke about, plenty of people that we can poke fun of. The last people who need to be the center of a joke are black women. And additionally, this is a pattern I've seen over years of black men married to black women who form a friendship with white women, myself, and then start finding a way to put black women down to get into the good graces of me. And that tells me everything I need to know about you as a man, you as a husband, you as your character, and not someone I want to be around, because I work very hard to be a safe space, to know better, do better. And the last thing I'm going to do is get involved in your fury.
All right. I actually made it back right on time. So we heard the video, right? So this white woman who says that she's an ally, right? She was like, yo, did y'all know that these black men that I work with, they do X, Y, and Z, and this is how they talk about black women, and these are the things that they do, and they just simply do it because I'm a white woman, and I'm there, and all of these things, right? And I'm just listening. I'm like, where are you located? What job is this? What specific area are you in? Because again, I'm not sitting up there saying that it's not possible, But I'm at the point in time, I'm like, you're a white woman at the end of the day, and historically speaking, you've always lied on black men. You've gotten down, you've burnt towns and cities. You've had the military roll directly in through our streets. You've had a lot of parties and gatherings such as picnics. You've simply just, saw a young black boy 50 yards and said that, oh, he whistled at you, he touched you, he looked at you the wrong way, and here's a mob of your men coming to quote unquote save you. Because this is my thing, right? If she is an ally, if she is the ally that she is saying that she is to black women, why didn't this ally go directly to those black women that those black men are married to and inform them? Why did she go to social media where she can monetize this information? If she's such an ally, if she cares so much and loves so deeply for black women, why did she not go specifically to those black wives and inform them of what was happening? That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. If she is such an ally, because like I said before, I'm like, when have women like her ever really been an ally to black women? So now she's quote unquote an ally because what? She's bringing up this story, but how real is this actual story? She's not giving names. She's not showing pictures. She's not talking about the job or the location. So it's like, how can we actually verify any of this that's happening? Because for me, all she could be simply doing is just demonizing black men in order to basically say that she's an ally to black women. She's feeding into a narrative, feeding into a stereotype. She's like, yeah, lowly as me, as a white woman, I just mind my business, and these black men who are married to black women, they're just fawning over me. They're just giving me so much attention. They send me all of these notes and whatnot or whatever, making fun of black women, even though they're married to black women. And it's crazy how this works. But because I'm an ally, because I am for black women, I love black women and deeply appreciate them, I would never fall directly into that. What? So why not inform your allies that there are enemies amongst them? Right? Why not inform those black women? Write them a letter, send them a message on Facebook or whatever social media there is, LinkedIn or whatever it is, and inform them and show them screenshots of what their husbands have been doing. Why would you go on social media and tell us first? Why would you deliver this information on social media first versus telling the wives? Like I said, this is why I can't believe. This is why I can't believe none of this. That's why I can't believe none of this. Like, that's crazy. And like D Money said, why didn't she check any of those guys? Exactly. When that happened, why didn't you check those dudes? Why didn't you embarrass them to let them know, like, yo, this is not cool. This is not all right. You shouldn't be doing. Why are you going to a place of which that you can monetize this two ways? Number one, you're demonizing black men. Monetize. Number two, you're a white woman talking about black men in a negative light. Monetization, number two. Number three is the fact that you're online demonizing black men, knowing the fact that you're going to have black women out here that are going to co-sign your nonsense. Monetization number three. So I would need a black woman out there to sit up there and tell me that how is a woman like this the face of being an ally or allyship? How? Historically speaking, how and when? Because I'm like, if history, looking at the feminist movement and everything else that black women have gone through, these were the same women that didn't want you to vote. These were the same women that wanted you still in captivity. But then these are the same women that are supposed to be like a part of the sisterhood. That's supposed to be side by side with you with the feminist movement where they left you behind. These are the same part of the women that allow their men to throw crack and all types of drugs into the black community, breaking apart the black family, incarcerating black men and your sons. These are the same ones that also voted with their white men to get rid of affirmative action and DEI, even though y'all supposed to be an allyship and a sisterhood. Huh? That's crazy. That's some wild work. Wild work. Yo, talking ish. What is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is going on? What is happening? Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, exactly. Mo was like, she said that those married black dudes want to be in her graces. Graces of what? Graces of what? Graces of what? Like, this is YouTube, so I gotta sit up there. How do I work? I'm just, I just pay attention. I pay attention, to the sites, and no sites to be seen. So I'm just a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. Because it also gets to a point where it seems as though that you're trying to call forth black men to pay attention to you, because maybe you might not be getting attention from the men of your community, because that also happens as well too, where you got people that'll say negative things so that they can get the attention from the exact same people that they're talking negatively about. Like I said, people try to get attention a lot of different ways on social media, especially when it's women like this. Like I said, I got a video right now where it was a some woman at like a bar or an establishment, and the black dudes there that worked there, I guess the woman was being loud or whatnot or whatever. She was being real performative. She started, you literally saw this woman hyperventilating. It's 3 black dudes that worked there, and this white woman was sitting up there hyperventilating like they were doing something to her. I'm like, are you? I'm like, this is what I be talking about. I'm like, this is. Hold on, let me get that video real quick, dog. No, because I gotta, like I said, I gotta showcase examples, because stuff out here is wild. Stuff out here is wild. Wait, was that the woman talking about Serena? Oh yeah, that was them talking about Serena and Venus being married to white guys. Let me see, was this? Yeah. I try not to, because there is music directly to. I don't know. We'll just see how it works, and depending on what happens, it'll, it might not make it to the final cut of the standard issue live stream. So we'll see how it works. Right. So let me just show y'all what I'm talking about, right? Where you got folks like this sitting up there telling all types of lies and fabricating stuff, right? So remember, this is at an establishment, and from at least from what I can understand, the 3 black dudes worked there. Didn't do nothing wrong, mind you, because I think the woman was intoxicated. So let's take a look.
She's like, excuse me, I need to. You can come over here.
So it's the woman right there in the glasses.
Why do I need all of this? Why do I need? She doesn't have her.
See how she acting? The white dude is like, let me get my beer. I'm not getting my beer.
Oh my goodness, she's like, I'm your best friend all of a sudden. No, she's not. She's not my best friend.
Look at how she got that mad dog look, and she's breathing real hard.
If she spills my drink, I'm gonna be pissed.
Look at her.
You need to go to sleep. You've got a great necklace. I'm not intoxicated. Oh, but you are, baby. Yes, friend, you are. Baby, you are. I'm not intoxicated. Yeah. This is escalating.
Let me just freeze this real quick. Let me just. I gotta just roll this back real quick. Let me just go back about right there. This is the part in time where it gets. I just want to state this for a lot of black dudes out there, just in case you don't know history. This is the point in time where it starts to get real dangerous. It's already dangerous just because you're within the same vicinity. This is where it gets real dangerous. She was sitting there for seconds, hyperventilating, hyping herself up to act a straight fool. And you hear her sitting up there getting real loud with the 3 black dudes there amongst all of those white people. Let me tell you something. Historically speaking, if this was back in the 60s, 50s, 40s, and 30s, and that same white woman in that establishment was getting all that type of way with 3 black, it's over. It's turning into a tiki torch session. It's going to be a party, and it's going to be one where the 3 black dudes there are the main event, all because of how she's acting, all because of how she's looking. And these black dudes ain't doing nothing. They're trying to have her calm down, or better yet, escort her out of the establishment. And she's doing all of that for what? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you, like I said, she's doing what her ancestors have normally done. That is the danger. That is clear cut the danger. Can't nobody tell me no difference. Because you're doing all of this performative actions for what? Ain't nobody touching you. Ain't nobody doing nothing to you. But you want to act like something's happening. Word, brother. Word. So let's keep going.
You are very intoxicated. Yeah. This is escalating fast.
And she's drunk too.
Don't be spilling my drink. You're handling this the wrong way. This is
Oh, let me just highlight this. All right, so for the white folks out there, because obviously it seems like you're Caucasian, it seems like you're not Black American. I need y'all to understand. I don't care what political party it is, y'all both racist. You both have worn hoods, white sheets, whatever you want to sit up there and call it. It doesn't really have a political affiliation. It has to do with the internal workings and the feelings of a person that feels that those out there are inferior when in comparison to themselves. So this whole thing of talking about somebody as a Democrat, it's like, that's just stupid. This is why I sit up there and say that the woman is white. Political affiliation has zero to sit up there and do with it, because I got images and pictures of both parties being in white hoods and sheets. So miss me with any of that BS that you're trying to sit up there and preach at this moment in time. And also for you to sit up there and think that any political affiliation actually cares about you genuinely, you are drastically stupid and ignorant. Because by the almost close to 40 something trillion dollars worth of debt, that should show you that no political affiliation actually cares about you. They look at you as stupid, as broke, and that you're going to keep voting for them no matter what side it is, Democrat or Republican, and you're going to keep giving them money, which you will keep sitting up there doing, because this is all you know how to sit up there and do, because you can't do different. All right, so let's keep going.
Stop filming. I'm not intoxicated. Reporting live at the Peabody, we have a non-intoxicated lady.
What is this? What is this? So we saw that, right? So the white woman decided to start going around the other white people minding their business, not even claiming her. They're just like, they're not even trying to even entertain this. And she's like, what are you doing? Oh my God, why are you doing this? Why are you around me? Yep. And this is how a lot of Black men around the country historically have lost their lives, by this performative action that she's doing at this. And there's a second video up there where she's just screaming to the high heavens. And again, she's screaming because these are Black men. She knows the optics. She's old enough. She knows. She was probably around during that time. Matter of fact, looking at how old she is, she was probably back during the time of Ruby Bridges. And matter of fact, I think Ruby Bridges is still alive, correct? Let me look at this. Ruby Bridges' age. Yeah, Ruby Bridges is 71. 71. Born September 8th, 1954. And like I said, people might not know who Ruby Bridges is. You can look it up. You can happen to look up that whole story. Like I said, she's old enough to be around during the time that Ruby Bridges was around. So she knows what she's doing. She knows exactly what it is that she's doing and who she's doing it to. Look at that. Uh, uh, uh. Look at that. It's crazy. D Money was like, "Where is her husband?" We don't even know if she even got a husband. With all of that screaming and all of that performative action, yes, yes, I would be shocked. I would be shocked. And this is why I'd be trying to tell dudes out here. I'm like, dog, y'all take a risk every single time. You take a risk. You take, like I said, I can't really sit up there and tell black women anything because it's like, as I said earlier, I don't have ownership. No type of control, don't have really no type of input. As people say, you can't lead black women, right? So there's nothing I can really say. I can happen to give some examples of things that happen, but there's not much I can, really do. The only people that I can really, in a sense, talk directly to that have common sense and that actually understand some stuff would be black men. Even though, there's some out there that are ignorant and don't want to listen, still got to sit up there and try it. At least I can at least try there, right? I can give some information there. People actually have an open ear, a brain for it. I can't help others out there that don't want to pay attention, don't want to listen, don't want to bend an ear to the information. It's crazy. That is diabolical. Somebody said get Pastor Jenkins down there to sprinkle her with some holy water. That's crazy. That is crazy. Wait, who is wait, I'm looking at the Texas symbol. Yo, Mark, I think is your name originally that guy from Texas? Because I'm looking at the picture. I'm not sure if you're still here, but I want to say I think that should be you. I think possibly. If it's not, my apologies. While I say you see it all the time, but it won't happen to me. But now I think it's mostly tethers with these women. I mean, either which way it goes, it's still bad. Like it's still bad either which way it goes. Like this is just crazy. It just should not, like, yo, that's wild. That is just by itself, that's just 100% wild. And I do get the part where people are saying, like, why deal with her, call the police. If this is their job, they got to do their job. They have to do what it is that they're paid for. If they don't, then you already know they're going to be the first ones up to get fired. That's normally how that goes. So, that's currently, where we are, at the moment in time dealing with that. Sham said, can you show it again? You said that's me, YouTube jacked up my name. Okay, yeah. Because I try to tell you, I'm like, yeah, I try to keep track of, if I can't remember the name, I at least try to keep track of like the image, the main picture that y'all have attached to like the profiles, because I've probably seen it for like so many years. And I'm like, yo, that gotta be that guy from Texas. I'm like, I know it, that gotta be who it is. Okay, so I'm at least glad I was right on that. All right, so let me play this again.
She's like, excuse me,
The other white woman there, she was like, yeah, I ain't dealing with this. That's how you know it's bad. When a white woman is running from another white woman.
He said, I'm just going to come over here to the other side. Oh my goodness, she's like, I'm your best friend all of a sudden.
No, she's not. She's not my best friend.
You need to go to sleep.
If she spills my drink, I'm going to be pissed.
You need to go to sleep. You've got a great necklace.
I'm not intoxicated.
Oh, but you are, baby. Yes, Brittany, you are. Baby, you are
I'm
very.
not intoxicated.
Yeah.
I'm not intoxicated.
This is escalating fast. She's like, don't be spilling my drink. You're handling this the wrong way. This is
What do you guys do down here?
Let me just spot this real quick. Let me just say, as a black man, I would have never in this instance, at first of all, I probably would have been 20 feet back, and talking from like a bullhorn. I would not, with a white woman acting like that. I'm not even saying you're stupid for even trying to put hands directly on her, trying to calm her down, because she can turn that and try to say that you are harassing her. She could turn around and say that you touched her inappropriately. Like I said, if your hand moved up and down just within like a few centimeters, like I said, it brother, you just pulled a move that could cost you everything. Everything. For the other black men out there, never do this. Never. I don't care what type of crocodile tears. I don't care what type of woe is me. I don't care about the tiny violin. I don't even care if somebody broke their ankle. You better never do this, because the moment in time that you do this, you could do the best deed possible, and she could sit up there and swap up, just like I showed y'all that video. How the girl, she was like, "Yeah, I was engaged," but then the next day I decided I wasn't engaged. That this wasn't for me. She could decide that, "Oh, you were my savior. You were Superman," and then she could turn around and treat you like Clayface, or treat you like Lex Luthor, and now you sitting up there in prison over something that you didn't even do. You saved her life, but because you sat up there and rubbed on her back, she now says that was inappropriate, and that she didn't sit up there and agree upon that. So now what you gonna do? Now it's your word versus hers, and you're going to lose 100% of the time. Good luck. So like I said, for the other black dudes out here, don't set yourself up by being stupid and try to be some type of good Samaritan or some type of superhero. That will get you locked up for crimes that you didn't even sit up there and commit. Don't sit up. Like I said, black men have the highest exonerations in the United States. Let that sink in. Black men have the highest exonerations in these United States. I think it's up. I think it's like 60, somewhere in the 60s, 60 or 66% exoneration rate. That's ridiculous. That's letting you know that there's a problem here. So just imagine what it was like back in those days, in the 60s, 50s, 40s, 30s, 20s. Just imagine what that was like. Like I said, stop doing this. Stop doing this. Oh, D-Money says 55%. My apologies, misspoke. 55%. Thank you, D-Money.
Stop filming. I'm not intoxicated. Reporting live at the Peabody, we have a non-intoxicated lady.
Yeah, like I said, you saw at the end, she started sitting up there hollering and screaming, doing that performative, all that. Like I said, that's some crazy work. Like I said, for the black dudes out there, I understand you got to do a job, but do that job like 15 to 20 feet away. You got too many women out here, especially white women out here, that will lie directly on you. I didn't cover videos where it was a white female officer in a small town down south, and she lied on herself. She sat up there. Didn't she use her service pistol and basically shot at herself or something like that? It was something crazy that she did, and she sat up there and said that a black man in a hoodie attacked her. That never happened. That never happened. And when the findings came out that she lied, and the same reporter that interviewed her went back to get another interview, she didn't have nothing to say. Because I'm like, yeah, because you lied. You told a bold-faced lie on an imaginary black dude. You could have got some random black dude out there hemmed up over your lie. What was that that one white woman with her white husband? Not the Benet family. What was that family back in the 90s where the two kids, the car, quote unquote, was stolen by a pack of black dudes, and the kids were found basically gone. But it was a wife and the father that sat up and said black men did it. I forgot what it was, but that was Susan Smith. Yeah, wait, was it Susan? Let me hold on. I just want to make sure I got this correct. Was that the lady? Because I know the face. Let me see. Type this in real quick. Okay, yeah. Yep. October 1994. Thank you. Yep, that was her. And that's another woman. She is, at this moment in time, she is 54 years of age. So like I said, they got a history of doing this. Sitting up there lying and saying that black men set up and did something didn't have nothing to do with the situation. They were the ones that set up there and perpetrated the crime. This is what I be talking about. This is exactly what I be sitting up there talking about. So again, like I said before, for the dudes out there to be taking these type of risks, I ain't about to sit up there and try to pull like a Umar and all this other. It's on you. All I simply say is I don't want to hear no crying. I don't want to see no tears. If anything happens and you get caught up in something, you better not be crying in no courtroom. You better stand there 10 toes down like a man. You better not shed not one tear. You better not be fearful of nothing. That's all I'm sitting up there saying. Because people can, it's only so much that people can sit up there and do. It's only so many warnings that people can sit up there and give you. And this is what I try to put out on the channel all the time to try to save a lot of people from themselves. Because obviously you can't sit up there and do it. So I at least try to sit up there and put in the effort to do it, to let you know, like, hey, you're loved. People care about you. Stop being stupid. You know, things like that. That's crazy. That is crazy. Let me get the this. I want to get that classic picture from the 90s up here. I want to, yeah, let's go. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, because people like to make it seem like things were just so off. That was so nobody was even alive during those times. Ha. Yeah, this is the beautiful couple here. This is the beautiful couple that sat up there and lied on black men on national TV. It's like, yeah, some black guys, they stole the car and our kids were in it. Oh my God, we don't know what we're going to, we don't know. Huh. So black men just decided to rob a car with white kids in it for no reason. And then those kids ended up missing. Okay. If you would have said that, you know, some black dudes did a bank robbery or, you know, robbed a corner store, okay, that's a little bit more believable. A group of black guys decided to steal a white family's car with their white kids in there and not put the kids out of the, huh? Really? And people believe this? People was really believing this? RY said, and she was in her early 20s. Yeah, I believe it. That's early 20s? Brother, huh? I'm sorry. That's interesting. I'm sorry. Let me switch. That's a very interesting 20. That's a very interesting. You know, that's interesting. Wow. Wow. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Shan was like, she wasn't the only one either. Don't forget about the Groveland 4 either. And the 4 black boys accused of going after a Caucasian woman. You said your big brother got 8 years on mutual combat, showing up to court with a white woman pregnant and a baby in her arms. That's crazy. RY said a brother would be have to be real high to steal a car from a white family with kids in it. Yeah, because that don't even sound normal. No white dude, no black dude is gonna be like, yeah, I'm about to do a carjacking, and it's gonna be a white family. We're just gonna push out the mom and dad. We're gonna leave the kids in there. We're all going for a joyride. What? And it's like, and people in America during that time actually believe this. And people like racism don't exist. Yeah, it does. It does. This was only in '94. That wasn't that long ago. You got kids right now that were born in '94. Nah, brother. Yeah, that's wild. Like I said, people tend to forget, but Petrus Farm remembers. Petrus Farm remembers. Like that is wild. That is wild. Oh yeah, he said the girl who lied to Mike Tyson. Yeah, I was gonna bring that up too. That was it, when I was talking, that was one of the main stories because I remember the interview that he did. And what he said during the interview, he was like, yo, for all of that, for me having to, go through prison and everything that I had to deal with and whatnot, he was like, I should have did it. And it's like, I don't fault him for saying that. I do not look at him as the bad guy or the villain for saying that because I'm like, dog, you done sat up there and lied and got this dude hemmed up on some stuff that he didn't even sit up there and do. Like, do you understand what it takes for a man to sit up there and say that on national TV that he should have did it? Do you under that speaks volumes by itself? Like I said, Mike Tyson says a lot of wild stuff. But there's also some truth within those things. Like, that takes a lot. You have to be at a certain point of like, I just don't care anymore because of whatever it is that you had to go through in order to sit up there and say that. He said that on national TV. Like I said, man, it's like I said, it's crazy. That is crazy. That is 100% crazy. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. Like I said, and that's another reason why I sat up there and said that, even just for like normal guys, no matter what money bracket that you're directly in, you just got to be careful. You can't be like Batman and have like prep time and what is that, plot armor. There's no such thing as any of those things really in real life, because you can't prep for you know whatever women that you come into contact in an everyday basis. um like I said, it's just, I don't know. You just gotta take it one day at a time and do the best as you can. But even your best sometimes might not be good enough because stuff can still happen. So it's one of those things that there's not a precise guidebook, onto how to specifically deal with it in a great fashion. There's just nothing. So hey, it's always going to be, it's just good. That's just one of those books that's going to be forever written. That's never going to be completed because there's always something new and something different that can happen and transpire no matter what information is given. You know. Sham said Purvis Payne. Who is that? Let me see. Purvis Payne. Purvis Payne. Purvis Payne. Let me look that up. Oh yeah. Did I cover that story? I mean, his face looks familiar. I might have covered it, possibly. Man on death row can't serve 2 life terms at the same time. Ooh, that's crazy. Yeah, that dude 2 life terms. Purpose Payne must serve consecutive sentences, the Supreme Court states, and that was from June 16th of 2025. But then they got another one out there. So 8 things that you must know. Let's see if I can scroll down. Um, let me see. Shall the criminal court set aside the death sentence of Purpose Pain so that does the court consider that Pain is a person with intellectual disability and therefore cannot be executed? The results of the DA concessions is that Mr. Payne will need to be resentenced. A resentencing hearing will take place at a later date. It said that Purpose Payne has maintained his innocence for more than 30 years, yet despite having no prior criminal record and living with an intellectual disability, he was sentenced to death in Tennessee by Governor Billy Lee and granted Mr. Payne a temporary execution reprieve in November of 2020, and a year later, Mr. Payne was officially removed from death row following the Shelby County District Attorney's concessions that he is a person with an intellectual disability and therefore cannot be executed. The Innocence Project joined Kelly Henry's team at the Federal Public Defender's Office in Nashville and the Milbank firm in filing a legal petition back in July 22nd of 2020 for DNA testing of evidence in Mr. Payne's case that had never been tested before and could help prove his innocence. And testing of some evidence was completed and submitted to the court in January 2021. However, key pieces of evidence mysteriously went missing before testing could be done. Mr. Payne has always maintained his innocence and stated that he was waiting for his girlfriend to return to her apartment in Millington, Tennessee one afternoon in June of 1987 when he discovered that her neighbor, Sharice Christopher, and her children had been brutally attacked. Mr. Payne, who lives with an intellectual disability, was shocked by the bloody scene. Despite his panic, he tried to help, but as soon as he saw the police arriving, he had a sinking feeling that he would be mistaken for the attacker. His fears soon became reality. Mr. Payne was arrested later that day, and the following February was convicted of murder and sentenced to death. More than 3 decades later, he is still on death row. Woo! That is crazy. They said that key evidence from the case that could identify the actual perpetrator of the crime, including the victim's fingernail clippings, have gone missing. For decades, the evidence in the case went untested. Last year, the Shelby County Criminal Court ordered testing, and on January 19th of 2021, Mr. Payne's lawyers submitted the results of the testing in court, which included male DNA from an unknown third party, but it was too degraded to identify an alternate suspect using the FBI database. However, the state is unable to account for the crucial pieces of evidence that have mysteriously gone missing. The victim's fingernail clippings, which have now disappeared, were particularly crucial as the prosecution argued at the trial that the victim had scratched her attacker. And that seems to be the thing in a lot of these cases where it deals with black men, where a lot of the key evidence it goes missing or just magically disappears, or it was just never found. Key witnesses, either disappear, don't want to talk, or in some rare instances, they'll get brave enough and they'll actually tell the truth. They'll give the actual version of what happened versus the lie that they set up there and told on the stand. And within that, I feel as though that there should be not lies. There should be laws against that. If it is found that you lied the original time that you were on the stand, you serve in prison time, because this person had to serve a prison sentence over what it is that you stated, and you swore an oath to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, and you lied to the court. You lied in front of everybody. And that potentially hemmed up somebody and put them directly in jail or prison for no reason. So like I said, there needs to be minimum prison sentence for those who lie directly on the stand. That's crazy. Sham said, also don't forget that Kamala Khan also didn't want to pardon one of the black men either that was proven innocent. Yeah, because she about that life. Yeah, like I said, you already see who she married to, so she ain't about to free no black man out here. Let me see. Well, I said listen to the DA and the judges are in on it. Oh yeah, I believe it. Mo said not real, but them folks went after John Coffey despite him being heaven sent. Diabolical. What was it? Williams said they get paid for slaves, the 13th Amendment. Yeah. He said exactly, it should be double the time. Yeah. Yep. He said look up some of these cases. No, I've covered some of these cases. Well, not the specific case that I read directly over, but there was a point in time that I was continuously putting out content about black men being exonerated, dealing with the exoneration rates and things dealing with the DA and the judges and the evidence and things like that. But that was way back, probably like a year or two or whatever ago. Sham also said that Kamala spent her whole career stepping on black people as a DA. Oh yeah, of course. That's the one where you can't sit up there and have the career that she has, and you're specifically going after white people in the community and going after their kids and families. You can't sit up here and you're not gonna make it. It's going to be a very short stay, one way or another, very short stay. But if you decide to go after the black community, or more so specifically black males, such as young black boys, teenagers, young black men, and older black men, oh yeah, you got a long stay. You're gonna do great things. Gonna do great things. Wild said the Ahmaud Arbery case. Oh yeah. Yep. He said they even they weren't yeah, they did. Yeah. I remember doing going over the footage and doing the video on that. And even still, I remember during the times all the stuff that white folks were sitting up there saying. It was like, oh, but why was he in the neighborhood? Why who sits and looks, at a house that's just being built? That's a little bit suspicious. Why was he doing that? Like they just wanted to justify anything that was happening. The dude was literally running for his life down the street, being chased by vehicles that had white men in it. And then he ended up losing his life. And still to this day, you'll find him still justifying what took place. And people want to sit up here and tell me and ask me, oh, why is it always about race? And that's why. That's why. Sham said what was crazy is that the DA who prosecuted the Central Park Five still tried to justify her cooking the books to convict 5 children. Oh, of course. Of course. Scott said she was brought and paid for. Yeah. Wild said this is why as a community everyone should learn martial arts. True. I think what was it supposed to be, man or woman? I think you were right, and I get you. You said that white men do it too. Remember Charles Stewart took the life of his wife and blamed it on a black man in Boston. Yeah, that's crazy. That is, like I said, that's why. Like I said, it don't matter what area that you look through. Like I said, that's why I made sure I would always play that clip of that one little white girl where the mom sat up there and asked her, and she knew what the daughter was going to say. She was like, "So who did you say stole the cookies? Who stole the cookies or ate the cookies?" She was like, "A black man." I'm like, "Really?" So a black man came into your house and stole and ate your cookies. And I want to note that this girl was probably like below the age of 5, and that was her first response. She didn't say like Santa Claus did it. She didn't say the Grinch. She didn't say the Psycho Rangers from off of Power Rangers. Um, she didn't even list any type of. She didn't even say Ivan Ooze. Like she didn't list no villains at all. Rita Repulsa, Lord. She didn't say nothing. The Brotherhood from the X-Men. She didn't list no villains. Her first go to, and she did not stutter or shake or falter. She was like, a black man did it. Like I say, you can't tell nobody nothing because they don't want to listen. You can't tell nobody nothing. Like I said, this is what they normally do within their communities. This is what is normally stated to be okay. Like I said, at no point in time of me sitting up there being a child did I ever sit up there and say that, okay, I know I did something, but let me sit up there and say like white people did it. I was never raised like that. And I was never taught that was okay to sit up there and do. If you did something, you did something. Like you sit up there and tell the truth. You don't lie. And if you lie, and we find out that you lie, it's going to be consequences. Like that's what I was raised with. That's specifically what I was raised with. I ain't never in my life sit up like I said, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Yeah. You said it was the lady fingers, yeah. Yep. She did not hesitate. She did not miss a beat. She said that as if it was 100% factual. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. That was your first go to. I'm like, yeah, that shows who raises her. And like I said, the mother just laughed because, like I said, she know what type of time they on, and she knows that is okay to sit up there and do. Because, like I said, let anything happen to her by way of the young boys or the men of her community, she's going to turn around and sit up there and say that, oh, Tyrone, the only black kid in school, he was the one that did it. He was. It don't matter what it is. She can be like, "Yo, Tyrone, he's the one that did it. The only black kid that everybody knows. He's the one that sat up there and did it. It wasn't Drake and Josh that you normally hang out around with in school and after school. It wasn't them that did it to you. It was Tyrone. Gotcha. Sham said, oh yeah, RY said you got it worse if you lied. Oh yeah. Yes, indeed. Sham said I volunteered in a shelter when I was a kid, and you can hear the parents and the kids saying racist stuff about the animals. Oh yeah. Wild said remember as a Jehovah's Witness knocking on doors. My favorite line from the babies was Mama said, is she not home? I'm just gonna be real. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. You'll have folks pulling up to the scene because what was it? We had a hall that was on. Shout out to my folks there in Detroit. But there was a hall that was located on Livernois, in Detroit. I think it should be still there actually. Gated. It's a a gated hall. If people don't know what the hall is, it's for the Jehovah's Witnesses. That's go to worship, things of that nature. Um and every so often, I guess what it would be called like a mission or whatever it is, they would go out in groups and they would walk, door to door and with the pamphlets spreading the word. Spreading the word, right? And yeah, in the black community, that's what normally happens. Like, hey, we are looking outside of the blinds of the shades. It's a game of like of cat and mouse. It's a game of cat and mouse. It just be like that because I'm like, eh, you know, like I said, but equally, I treat everybody like that. So ain't nobody home. It's like as soon as you know Jehovah's Witnesses are knocking, you do the mannequin challenge. You freeze. You freeze and you just like you sitting right there hoping that they didn't hear like a spoon or something drop. Ah, like, yo, it'd be like that though. It'd be like that. Like I said, I had some friends that were Jehovah's Witnesses, and like I said, I sit up and tell them, like I'm just sitting up just like laughing about. It. I'm like, yo, it'd be like that. Like, ain't nobody trying to like again, no disrespect to nobody's religion, but ain't nobody trying to sit up there and like and deal with that. I'm like, dog, I'm a kid. This is like high school during the time. I'm just trying to play, on my 360 right now. I'm not trying to sit up there and hear nobody preach the word to me. Like, yo, what are we doing out here? I'm like, this ain't it. I'm just being real. Like, this ain't it. I'm like, I ain't trying to spend 15 to 30 minutes having this conversation and then people trying to analyze everything that I'm saying, and you trying to, figure out a way to, expound, upon the word and further have conversations and dialogue to maybe pique my interest. I'm not interested. I don't know what to do. Like it's like at this moment in time, I feel like I'm a hostage. I feel like this is being forced. It's like I need to run, and I don't know where to run because I'm at home. you know. Okay, field service. Thank you, thank you. I think I might have got it. I might have got it misconstrued with I think it was like the what is it, the Christians that normally go out on missions or whatever it is. I think it was like the Christians. So yeah. Thank you, Sham. Got it misconstrued. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That guy from Texas sitting up here rolling. Wild said around the world. Wild said it's a cult and they own as much land as McDonald's. Come on, Jehovah's Witnesses. Word? That's why did not know that. Huh. That is wild. RY said, nah, we would run from Jehovah's Witnesses to our houses if we were outside and slam the door, even let them see where we live. RY said, yeah, that's what we did, and we were at home too. While I said, bro, it's a serious call. I mean, yeah. While I say, yeah, it's called field service. You're talking about the Mormons. Okay, thank you. So yeah, I'm getting the religions a little bit. Okay, Jehovah's Witnesses, field service, Mormons, missions. I could have sworn the Christians did some stuff too, because there was a moment in time that I think that, but I think that might have been like early '90s and 2000s where they were like walking around and doing stuff. That was like few far and in between though, but it was more so Jehovah's Witnesses and then Mormons. I think I only saw like Mormons walking around out of my whole life. I think I've only seen them once, maybe twice, but I know I've at least seen them one time. I've seen Jehovah's Witnesses way more. And again, even knowing people who are Jehovah's Witnesses and stuff like that. Yeah, I get what you're saying. You was like, it's a cult. Some of the stuff that is there that I've been at, that people have sat there and explained directly to me that I can remember, like how you got the elders, directly there, and a lot of the things that you're not supposed to do. It's like, yo, this stuff. I'm like, yo, it's too many rules in here. I'm like, I remember like one of my friends, like, he was sitting up there telling me that, even playing like Yu-Gi-Oh, I mean, I've heard this from Christians too. It was like, you're not supposed to be playing Yu-Gi-Oh because that's demons, and by you playing with those cards, it's like you're calling forth and allowing demons to be in your life. And I'm like, dog, it's just a card. I'm like, I'm not playing with a Ouija board. I'm like, get out of my face. I'm like, yo, so what? Now I can't play like Pokemon, no Monster Ranch. I can't, no card games at all. And then I shouldn't be watching like Pokemon or like any anime, because even the Christians were on that when Pokemon was hot. Christians were like, yeah, that's the Pokemon. Those Pokemon out there, they're demons, and by you know, allowing your kids to sit up there and watch it, you're allowing demons to enter your kids and your household, and it's compromising, you know, the state of the family and the house. I'm like, y'all just doing way too much. I'm like, y'all doing way, like the actual stuff that is out here that's legitimately affecting kids, like drugs, alcohol, you know, STDs, teens out here having relations before like marriage. That's the real stuff that you should be attacking. You attacking cartoons is not making anything better. What it's going to do is going to draw people closer directly to whatever it is. So it's like you're doing the opposite of what you want to happen. Like it's wild. It is wild. Sham said I encountered Mormons like twice, which was weird because they don't believe in black people. Yeah, Mormons, and I showed y'all that cartoon some years ago. Mormons believe that black people are a curse, and that the only reason that we exist is because of the curse that was put upon man. And if we give ourselves or our lives over to the Mormon religion or repent or whatever it is, that we will no longer be black, and that we will turn back into fair skinned, blonde haired, blue eyed people that were originally sent to the planet in order to populate the rest of the universe. Like it was crazy. It is yo, it is crazy. It is, trust me, Sham. I know exactly what you're talking about. Like I said, that whole Mormon stuff is crazy. And then, like I said, the whole other thing with Mormons and how it is that they got the compounds and stuff and what be brother. Woo! Yo, the women and the girls there, they gotta run. If you want to talk about a cult, that right there is 1000% a cult. You got women trying to, after they've escaped Mormonism, trying to go back and help other young girls and stuff escape, and they got to do it at night. Like it is crazy. They got like prearranged marriages and all that stuff. Like it's all over the place, man. It's crazy. That guy said a Mormon came to my house one day and tried to invite me to Bible. I told them I would have you question everything you learned from the Bible, and they never came back. I showed a video where some Mormons pulled up on a brother. He was an Israelite. Oh boy, that was not a battle that they were looking for. It was, they were the ones getting educated. Crazy. I was like, you came to the wrong. You came to the wrong neighborhood at the right time. You got the right one that day. Oh man, that was hilarious. That man was putting them through like a study session. I swear that was like that man stayed. He was like, I've been waiting for this my whole life. Like, yo, son, film this real quick. Yo, let me have a conversation with y'all. Where y'all going? If I could find that video, I probably pulled it up at one point. But yeah, that's classic. That was classic. Sam said, no Christmas, no holidays, but they make you give up. What? Well, let me see, because it went too fast. He said, make you give up more than that. No art, no writing, no nothing. Yeah, and some of these other religions, it's like they only teach education to a certain point, because mainly they just want you to just do just the normal. It's like, all right, you guys, you go out there, work, build, whatever it is. Women, you sit up there and just do, kitchen, house, marriage, that deal. And I'm like, whoo, that's crazy. Woohoo. I'm like, that's almost something like some handsmaid tale, type of stuff, The diabolical work. Wild said, remember MK Ultra, a lot of stuff is mind control. True. You said the Mormons are hilarious. R1 said, yeah, the Mormons believe in the curse of Ham, even though Cannon was cursed. They are racist. The Money said, I lived in Utah for a year. Brave man. Man was like, I lived in Utah for a year. Woo! He said, Mormons are weird. Ooh, boy. Sham said, it's crazy. It's like, if that was true, it'd be reversed. White people would be the curse because black people are original. Wild says, selling the blonde disobedient ones to the Arabs. Woo, that is wild. He said they also own a lot of land around the world. Oh, yeah. Mormons got money. Oh, yeah, just like the Vatican. Shem said, a lot of stuff goes on in both of those religions of women and children. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah. That's facts. RY said there's a great documentary about the Mormons. The spiritual beliefs are wild. The girls escaping the Mormon town was definitely among the splintered Mormon groups with Warren Jeffs. Oh yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. Basically, their God. I know exactly who you're talking about because I can see the image of that dude or the painting that they had up there. Wild said I had my old elders just lied and quit. Dang. You said exactly. It was rose-colored glasses. Yeah, and that was the thing that I learned about some of my friends during the time, of them being Jehovah's Witnesses. That when anything goes on internally, let's say with like the marriage, you go to the elders. And I'm like, who are these people again? I'm like, are they even family? I'm like, how do they have any type of say so on anything that's going on in your marriage I'm like, that's weird. I'm like that's like me being a part of the church, and anytime that something happens, like, yo, I gotta let my pastor know. Like, I gotta inform my pastor. I gotta tell, like, what? Nah, brother, that's not it. That's not it. And I'm especially not having some other like random dude tell me anything about my relate. Like, no, we're not even friends. You're not even like a father. You're not even a family member, and you got technically more input on this than I. Nah, brother, we're not doing that. No, brother, that is crazy. Wild said they ain't a bad thing. A bad thing, good thing, brother. He said a lot of Hebrew brothers are moving to Utah. Good luck on that one. I mean, I guess maybe if land purposes, listen, I don't know. You said son of children to the Arabs. You said top dollar virgins. That's wild. That guy said I saw a documentary by on David Crush. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about there. RY said, wait, the Mormons are selling disobedient girls to Arabs. RY said, nah, some of these elders are crazy. I'm good. Yeah, it's crazy. Well, I said, once you become a witness through baptism, you become part of the family. That's your new family. Yeah, no, I'm good on that. I'm sorry, I'm good. I'm 1,000% good on that. Nah. It could not be me. Like I said, respect to those out there in their religions. I'm just saying for me that no, I'm sorry. Nah. I'm good on that one. That's a little bit too close. That's a little bit too close to have complete strangers. Nah, no. Mm-mm. No. Like I said, in certain instances, I'm not even close, with my family like that. I'm not about to be close, even because of religion. I'm not even about to be that close with other folks like that I specifically don't know. Nah. Because in reverse, you got to think about it. How many of those elders are going to come to you about their relationship and their marriage and tell you the ins and outs? Like that like, you know, and that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. You're not gonna have somebody that's like an elder, like let's say, like 50s, 60s, 70s, and you're like a fresh like 18, 19, you got married or something like that. They're not about to come to you about their marriage or the relationships. They're not about to sit down and have those conversations because they're gonna look at you as a child still. Like, you don't have no knowledge or no information to sit up there and offer. You can't tell me nothing because I'm older than you. And I'm just talking about in general. That's how a lot of older people are. You as somebody young, I'm twice or whatever your age, you can't tell me nothing. So it's like, even if you're right as somebody who is young and you can see certain things, your opinion is still not going to be respected. It is wild. Wild said, if they ain't Jehovah's Witnesses, they are not like us. He said, the crazy thing is, if you look at the history, it is racist. Hackman said, diabolical work. But yeah, that's why I was like, I used to sit up there and like listen to all the stuff that my friends would talk about, being Jehovah's Witness. Like in high school, they had to, of course, be like specifically there. Once they got older, it was like they were able just to do, whatever. So it was if they wanted to or if they didn't want to. And it was like, yeah, you saw it was like it was different because it seemed like when we were all younger and they were deeply into being a Jehovah's Witness, it seemed like their life was like way more stressed, like they had to live up to something. some type of like perfection or whatever it was. And then it's like once they became adults, own place, apartment, and stuff like that, it was almost like a weight was like lifted off of their shoulders. You know, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way I was, looking at it from there. Sham said, "For witnesses, you leave your. Oh wait, for witnesses, you leave. You're treated as you're dead. Oh yeah, yeah. Friends and family cut you off and won't even look or speak to you ever again. Yeah. Hmm. That's why I said like that. Like I said, a lot of that stuff I can just do that just a normal life. I can just like that's when it's crazy where religion got so much control over people. Where it's like, well, the religion states that if this person is no longer of us, you're not supposed to talk to them. It don't even matter if it's your most beloved child. It don't even matter what it is. You just don't talk to them no more. Excommunicado. It's not happening. You just treat it like John Wick in the fourth film. It's like you're not here. You do the John Cena. You can't see me. It's crazy. That is diabolical. William said it is a cult. Wild said, my queen is an ex Jehovah's Witness as well. Well, you know what? I'm happy that you guys are free. You are just out there just doing you. Like I said, because that wasn't it. I think one of my friends during the time had offered me to even go to like the Hollywood. I'm like, yeah, nah, I ain't about that life. I'm good. No, nope, nope. I don't even. I'm not even really trying to. I done sat through church, and I'm like, yeah, that was too much for me. I'm like, I'm not trying to do that. I'm like, in the church, it'd be boring, but it's not dry, right? All these other religions out here, they be dry, and what I mean by dry is I'm talking about the music. When it deals with black churches, don't nobody got music like that. I'm just gonna be real. Catholic churches, no. Christian churches, no. No. Jehovah's Witness, no. It's not happening. It's not matching up with the normal everyday Baptist black churches. At least within there, I'm entertained. It's like, hey, you might have somebody dancing supernaturally, feeling like the Holy Ghost. Somebody breakdancing like Chris Brown and Stump the Yard. It's like, it's something entertaining, at a given, moment of time. Um, but when it's like with these other religions, I'm like, yeah, nah, I'm sorry. I feel like I might be going to a funeral. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I'm about to be falling asleep. Nah. Can't do it. Sam said they frown on voting, college, and other things too. Basically, they want you to donate time, money, and all of their expansion efforts. That is crazy. Wild said all free. And he said, don't forget Sham, all free work. Sham said, yep, they want you to do it for free. Wild said, yeah, go to the memorial. It's a death ritual. That's crazy. Wild said it depends on the location. That guy from Texas said Stump by Kurt Franklin. Yeah. Oh no. No. Yeah. Stump. That was yeah. Yo, let me tell you. I told y'all back in the days, like yo, when I was at one of my middle schools, Baptist school, should have been Temple of Faith. Was that on Greenfield? I forgot. But over there in Detroit, all black school. Yeah, Kurt Franklin, that was getting played. Like Kurt Franklin was he was the Little John of gospel music. That's the best way I can put it. Kurt Franklin is the Little John of gospel music. Nobody did it better. To me, even still to this day, for me, nobody did it better. Like in my eyes, Kurt Franklin carried gospel music. In a sense, made it what it was. I mean, of course, you got like the Winans and other people directly out there, but they can't bring that energy where it's like Kurt Franklin meshed. It was like you got the church, and then you also got, in a sense, like some street type stuff in there, but it's clean. Like I said, the Winans or other people of the church, they couldn't do that. I'll put it to you like this: it is impossible for them to do that because they're raised a certain type of way. So the way that they, in a sense, like praise or sing, they can't sit up there and go to a whole. They have to stay at that level. Even if they wanted to try to go to it, they couldn't do it. The closest thing that you got would probably be what, like Kelly Price. That would be the closest thing that you can get to where you got like a girl that can sit up there and sing like church, but she can like mix and mash, some type of stuff. Like I said, other folks directly in there can do it. You know. Hackman says soul music. Yeah. D Money said I get annoyed if they pass the collection play around too much. Oh yeah, they got me with when I was younger, and I said never again, and I kept that promise. Will says South Central Los Angeles, Kingdom Halls, them sisters can blow. I put it to you like this. It took for me, just in my opinion, it took a while for other religions to try to like get like a type of like heart to like their music, because especially like in the 90s, a lot of stuff was like, in a sense, other than like the gospel where it was like Kurt Franklin and stuff like that. Other than that, gospel was just like standard issue. It was cookie cutter, standard issue. It was like it had stuff there, but it was like old Negro spiritual type of stuff. That's how I felt. And again, talking as younger generation, that's how that felt. You had Kurt Franklin and stuff like that, or you had the younger folks directly playing the instruments. It became something different. But again, when you do stuff like that, the older generation, they start sitting up there, frowning and all this other type of stuff because it's different. They don't like different. They want stuff to stay the same that they didn't have for the last 100 years. It's that type, and this is why stuff is stagnant. This is again, for me, in my opinion, one of the other reasons why the church has been losing out when it deals with like the younger folks directly out there. Because when it was in the midst of that transition where it was the changing of the old guard and what should have happened with the music should have happened, the old folks is like, nah, we ain't letting this slide. We ain't letting this happen. We might allow Kelly Price, we might allow Kurt Franklin, but that's as much as you're gonna sit up there and get. We're going to make sure to keep it, and this is why the churches look the way that they do right now. This is why they, instead of them, trying to keep a certain percentage, this is why they're trying to pull everybody into the church, because they don't got no choice, because they messed up. Like the churches I'm talking about in the black community, the churches messed up when there was a changing of the guards when it was dealing with the music. Nobody was saying that, all right, we want it to be ratchet. We want it to be like straight. We just wanted it to have some type of life. Ain't nobody like, dog, talking to somebody young. I'm not trying to sit up there and act like I'm on the on what was it, like the back during the times of like the boycotts, like I'm a freedom rider. I'm not trying to envision myself like I'm walking with like Martin Luther King over like the bridge and listening to like the speeches. I'm not trying to re-envision myself like I was in the 1970s on the Jeffersons when I just heard about the assassination of Martin Luther King. Brother, I'm not trying to be there, because I'm not of that time. I'm not trying to reminisce about something that I never even experienced, that I wasn't even born or even thought of. It's like, yo, we're trying to sit up there and do something that will fit in with the population of now, the main population that's going to help you carry the church for the next, 20, 30, or 40 years. You want to sit up there and tap in with them, because all these old folks, no disrespect, all these old folks, it's like bygone era. It's like, yo, they're about to be up out of here. And the only thing that's going to keep the church going is younger money, younger people. Older people are only going to be able to hold that torch for so long, up until their arms and hands allow them to do it. Then once arthritis and carpal tunnel set in, it's like, yo, you got to give that torch to somebody else. And if you don't, if that torch hits that floor on that old carpet from 1965, that church is going up. You ain't going to have nothing. But, like I said, it's just, I don't know. But like I said, for me, that's just one of many reasons. I wasn't trying to go on like a whole spiel directly about that, but that's just one of many reasons that I had a problem directly with the church. Because like I said, you get to see old folks and their mentalities and how it is that they look at the younger generation. And the moment in time is as an older person that you look at younger people and you feel that they can't do anything, that they can't carry nothing, that they can't do what it is that you do or continue on that work, it's over for you. Whatever it is that you have that you want to get carried is going to die directly with you. And this is why the churches are dying. The church can't blame nobody else. They can only blame themselves. They can only blame the older generation is at fault. You can't blame young people and oh, they don't want to, be a part of the nah, there's a lot of times that young folks try to be there. And y'all said no. Y'all try to keep things a certain type of way that y'all like instead of trying to, be welcoming to a newer generation or trying to sit up there and formulate a symbiotic relationship. You still wanted to have an iron grip. And I'm like, all right, see how that grip is going to be working when you like 70 or 80 in a home, you going through, arthritis and carpal tunnel and your mind is going, it's over. It's over. So now the churches look completely different. Now the church is completely different. So now you got any and everybody being a pastor right now. Nobody is carrying the same type of torture information that was once being preached. Now they're trying to preach and gather everybody directly in there when originally everybody wasn't supposed to be in there in a sense. Or at least if people were there, you were dressed accordingly. Now you got, people coming in there just wearing anything, looking crazy. And I had talked about this before too. You got dudes in there wearing like the tightest suits possible. I don't know what's happening with the fashion. That's wild. And I'm talking about mind frame wise. I'm going from like a previous point. I don't know what's going on now because I ain't been there. But from the mind point that I was at the moment in time, dudes wearing the tightest suits possible. Crazy work. I don't know what y'all doing. Women coming in there wearing the tightest dresses possible. I don't know what you're doing. Like what? Like who are you trying to get the attention of? Is it the men of the congregation, or are you trying to get the attention of the pastor? Which one is it, or is it both? Like I need answers because, like I said, it makes no sense to be dressed the way that you dressed, and you're coming for worship. You shouldn't be coming to dress to show yourself off. I could have sworn what was the word for that? Wouldn't it be like idolatry or something like that? Like self idolization, right? You're coming to church to not worship the word, but you're coming to church to be worshiped. And that was another one of my problems that I had directly there. And it's like people don't highlight or talk about that enough. Like that's crazy to me. It's like you're not coming there to be popular or to show off this, that, and like it's crazy work. Like, man, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. D Money said you're being too nice. I'll say it. There's a lot of trash gospel music. Well, I said that's the hustle. Sham said, yes, the older generation of church folks is why the church dies out. Yep. Bars. That guy from Texas said the older generation don't like change. This is why the Democrats love going to the black churches. Of course. Of course. You still got the old guard still clutching, still holding on to whatever power, no matter how many of them are fading out. Like I said, you seen Al Sharpton, you seen Jesse Jackson. One of them is in a chair at this moment in time. I'm not even sure if they're even, I think, who is it? Jesse Jackson? Yeah. That dude in like a wheelchair right now. I'm not even sure if his faculties are even still in order at this moment in time. And then Al Sharpton, I don't even know what's going on with that dude. Like I said, the old guards still making their rounds, doing this and doing that. I'm like, dog, it's just pack it up, dog. It's somebody else. Y'all should have already had somebody prepped to be in that position and to take over that role. But like I said, you got a lot of old folks out here. They too greedy. They think that they can still do it, that they can still sit up there and move. I'm like, dog, you're 80. You didn't seen Moses. You didn't seen the seas sit up there and part. You didn't watched everything that the Pharaoh had to go through. And like I said, like, bro, it's time to pack it up. It's time to pack it up. Like you probably got some sons or some other family out there or somebody that is capable. Let them sit up there and walk. It's sit down. I'm not trying to see somebody do a reenactment of the civil rights movement and you got both of them in like wheelchairs and walking with canes, slowly pacing through the streets. Brother, no. It's time. You are now you're now at the point where it's going to be an issue if anything pops off. Because instead of us being worried about what's going on, we got to be worried about you. We got to try to rush you out of the wheelchair into the safety of a vehicle. We got to get you off the cane and into a moving vehicle and get you up out. It's like, no, you're a liability now. You're a liability because you're too old. You can't do this. All you got to do is just like trip once. You got 4 broken hips. It's curtains. Now you're in the bed for the rest of your life. You're going to be healing up until when you pass. And you still ain't going to be healed. Like it is wild out here, man. It is wild. Stam said acting like they never sin. Stop doing people like that, especially when they're trying to reach out. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. RY said she has a Let Summons Demons t-shirt. Oh, you talking about the woman from the first part of the live stream. Yeah. Yeah. That's the type of time that lady's on. But people also wear shirts like that in order to quote unquote trigger people. So, you also got that as well too. Sham said, I remember this one mom wanted to throw a baby shower for her daughter. Excuse me. Yes, the child is out of wedlock, but the shower is for the baby. The baby is innocent. Preacher said that she couldn't do it. Yeah, this is why you don't listen to the preachers. Now this is the thing. This is a touchy one right here. It's wait, how old was the daughter? It depends on the age of the daughter. Like if the daughter, let's say, was like in her 20s and they was trying to throw a baby, I get it. I understand it. Throwing a baby shower for a baby, it is that's I feel weird about that because I'm like, if the girl is like 15, 16, 17 and you throwing a baby, the baby shower is getting a baby shower. Like it's wild. Hopefully I said it correctly. In my mind it was more correct. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying like it's just, certain things just shouldn't be celebrated. That's what I'm saying. Like if it's a teenager, they shouldn't be getting no baby showers. I'm just gonna be real. Um Oh, you said the daughter was in her 30s? Okay, I got you. Okay, yeah, that's different. That's different. That's different. That's a grown woman. That's cool. But I have no problem with that. I have a problem seeing parents throw baby showers for teenagers. I'm like, this ain't nothing to be celebrated. I'm just gonna be real. We should not be sitting up here celebrating a young girl getting pregnant beyond her age. Like that's just something that just should never be happening at all. I'm just gonna be real. Just I don't care how people feel about it. I felt weird about it even back when being in high school. And I'm like, why would y'all throw a baby shower for a 16? Like she's 6. We're both 16. She did something that she wasn't supposed to do, and you're celebrating it. But people are like, but they're celebrating the child. No, you're celebrating what it is that she did, because you wouldn't have a baby shower if the 60-year-old didn't have relations before she was supposed to. You see what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, some crazy work. Crazy work. We got people in here writing some crazy stuff. No problem. Get you packed directly up. Thank you for showing yourself. Much appreciation. And nobody will ever know who you are, technically. Wild said you can't help them. He said, remember, we all can't come to the promised land, and the church got nothing for them. RY said, lies, all of us are not dealing with white men. Somebody said standards. You gotta have standards. That was 30. Somebody said, "Oh, is she FBA? Is she FBA?" I said she doesn't sound like it. Nah, that's worse in my opinion. 30. She should know better. D Money said Lord's work. That felt good. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, we see two different things. So when y'all get rid of somebody, I don't see it on this end, in a sense, because of how it's set up. I still see the comment, so then I do it on my end. So yeah. So yeah. Sham said, yeah, I do agree about that, but I do think that the baby is innocent and we can still even if there is no shower, like I do. Yeah, that's different. Like for a teenager, if you're doing like some care packages and stuff like that, it's like I get it. Yeah, you know that is completely cool because they're going to need some help, and some assistance, to rectify what it is that took place. Like I said, I don't know. I guess like over time, I sound like a little bit harder on that topic because again, I felt the same way even back when I was in high school. I'm like, this should not be celebrated. It shouldn't be celebrated because nobody is sitting up there celebrating when a young dude is somebody like, yeah, I just sat up there and got this girl pregnant. Nobody's up there like, oh yeah, we got to sit up there and throw a party for you getting the girl pregnant before y'all married. Nobody is hyping that up. But on the reverse end, if a woman gets pregnant and you know that the dude is not going to be there because they're teenagers, people are like, yeah, we need to sit up there and celebrate this life coming into the world, even though you're not just celebrating that, but you're celebrating the actions that took place. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's me. Wild said, I got daughters. He said, yeah, bringing them supplies, but no party. Yeah. Uh, that guy from Texas said, I think YouTube deleted my comment. What comment? Let me see. I mean, it's possible. I mean, I do see the one that you got up there at 642, where it says the older generation don't like change. But after that, from 642 all the way down to the last comment that you wrote at about 653. Yeah, so it's no comments in between there. That does happen because I showed you guys before in videos where I have specifically written comments directly back to you guys on my own channel, and YouTube was continuously deleting it. Like I'll write a paragraph and it would get deleted. It just would not show up at all. It was as if I didn't even write anything. And I would do it several times up until it would go there. And then once I refresh, it's deleted. And I'm like, how are y'all deleting stuff on my own channel? Like how like that don't even make any type of sense, you know? So like I said, don't feel too don't feel too weird about it. Like I said, I've recorded that happening directly to me in live time. And that was a crazy time right there. I'm like, it just did not make sense. And it wasn't even my phone that was an issue or anything like that. That was just them doing that. D Money said, been a minute since I did one of those. My trigger finger is getting rusty. This man. Chef said, yeah. And for the adults, I don't judge too much. Any help is help to people. I just don't think we should shut the door on folks. A lot of children are born in single parents. No. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Like I said, I'm not against like people like the the families or the communities helping out like the teen or teenagers, when teen pregnancy happens. I'm just saying don't celebrate it because we don't that's not we shouldn't be, doing that. We want to celebrate more positive actions. Right. So the main thing that a lot of people say is that we shouldn't, be doing stuff out of wedlock, and people should get to know each other and be in a healthy relationship before a child even comes into the picture. That's what we should celebrate when you have, two adults come together and this is, what happens. Like they create a child. That again, that's completely fine. But giving support, I have no problem with that. Giving support and help and stuff like that, I completely understand that. Don't have a problem with it. Wild said they celebrating the babies, but it takes a family to raise a successful community. It's true. He said community starts with a man, then a woman, then the child. Sham said, I hate when they put too much black pepper in my Caesar salad. It just came out of nowhere. I feel like Sham ordered something and it just did not come out right. And Sham was like, who made that? I swear Sham was like cussing up a storm. Oh man, Wild said communities begin nations. That's true. He said, without it, you got what we got right now, which is a hot mess. Yeah, it's true. He said standards, yeah. And that's the main thing that I've always stated before, that there, should always be a type of standard directly out there. But a lot of people are like, oh no, standards, that's just the that's societal norms and that's putting people into a box. And I'm like, I don't got time for this. I'm like I said, if other people don't want to be or believe in standards, that's on them. You just gonna be dealing with a lot of BS. But I promise you, when you talk to people long enough, you'll figure that they got standards in boxes, and they got standards in boxes. But even within that, it's free for them to put people in those standards in boxes, but they don't want people to do the same. To put confined restrictions directly on them. Crazy work. Crazy work. Raymond says Susan Smith was a wonderful mother. That's crazy. That's diabolical. Sham said, LOL, yeah, I ordered Caesar chicken salad and they put too much pepper in it. Who does this? I mean, maybe the pepper shaker broke and just spilled out. Wild said, yeah, you can stack boxes, not balls, bars. That guy from Texas said, I have a coworker who is currently pregnant and she already saying that the child ain't got no daddy. I mean, it'd be like that. What like I say, you can't tell nobody nothing. Like I say, you cannot, you can't give people warnings out here. And like I said before, I try to give A lot of women out here warnings, like even back before, even being on social media, I try to have, like I told y'all before, countless times, I tried to give conversations to girls my age. I tried to have conversations with young women during the timeline as well. And you can't tell nobody nothing. You can't. They be like, "Hey, you ain't the pastor, you ain't Jesus, you ain't my daddy." And I'm like, "Brother, you got it." This is why I keep sitting up and saying, "Brother," because I'm like, "No, you got it. You 100%. You 100% got it." I'm like, "There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do." And it's like, and then the end result is you hear these same people coming to you crying about hardships. And I'm like, "Dog, but you did this to yourself. Nobody told you to sit up there and lay on your back and get pregnant by like some random dude that you knew that did not have the best interest for you or a child if y'all were to create one. Like, what? Like, brother, how am I supposed to sit up and feel bad for you? I don't. I don't. Like, I felt bad too many times for situations I had nothing to do with, and it got me nowhere. Just sitting up there like looking stupid. And I'm like, yeah, I ain't looking stupid. I'll just let one person look stupid, and it won't be me. It'll be the person going through it. Like I said, you got it. You got it. Like that is crazy. And that's why I try to tell a lot of dudes out here. It's like, dog, you're gonna hear and this is specifically dealing with like, let's say like a woman gets pregnant and she was like with some dude that she knew was not beneficial to her, was not goal oriented, did not want to have a full-fledged relationship that was potentially going to go into like an engagement and marriage. If you as a woman decide to get pregnant by that dude, that is on you. No guy out here should be trying to be sympathetic and empathetic because you created the situation. It's the exact same thing on if a dude is out here running around getting multiple women pregnant. Nobody's going to be trying to sit up there, "Oh, come to me, guy who done sat up there and got 9 women pregnant and cry on my shoulder and tell me how hard your life." Don't nobody care. And that's the exact same emotion and treatment that should be delivered to women that know exactly what it is that they're doing. Like I said, I believe in equality on all fronts. Nobody should be receiving any type of sympathy and empathy for a situation that as a grown adult you decided to create for yourself. That's crazy. Like I said, seeing grown people online crying about having kids, like, brother, you did this. You did this. No, nobody told you to lay down with another person without protection. No, nobody told you. You did this. You did this. Why are you crying? Why are you crying? Put your adult pants on and deal with the situation and get offline. Get those 2 to 3 jobs ready. Like, yo, that is wild to me. That is wild. Sam was like, "We're living in dirt now. They done destroyed this country." Yo, that is crazy. That is crazy. Wild said, listen, who want to live in a messy house? Wild said, even dirty people don't want to live in a dirt house. And Wild said, discipline fellas. I mean, that's true, yeah. That's bars. That's bars. Let me see. Oh, you say you can't teach stupid? That's facts. Marty said, Pigpen in real life. D Money said, I'm mad the aliens never came. Yeah, I thought we were supposed to get like superpowers and stuff. What was it? Atlas IE, whatever it was. Yeah, I thought we was getting some powers. Never happened. Somebody told a great lie, and a lot of people bought it. I was one of them. Wild said, listen, I can speak to the men's standards and yourself, especially the woman for your legacy. Sam said, me too. That was supposed to be here in November, and they did the right thing and kept on going past everything. Wild said, my pops taught me if she ain't wife material, keep pushing. Sham said, my parents used to make me babysit for my aunt's kids, and 2 of my aunts had 6 kids. Woo! Sometimes they double up, and I had to babysit 12 kids for $20. Oh boy, he said, I hated kids. I believe it. This is why I do not fault people who had to, in a sense, like watch or raise kids for not wanting to have kids. I understand it because you had to be responsible and raise everybody else's kids. And I told people that shit is directly unfair. It's like, how do you, as like I said, this is my main thing, and I think I even said this to even some of my friends. I'm like, dog, how are you going to sit up there and like have kids, right? And as the responsible adult or adults in the house, you then make the oldest responsible for what it is that you created as an adult. That don't make no sense. How are you making kids responsible for an adult situation? If you know that you don't got the time and the energy because of how it is that you work or whatever life that you live to take care of multiple kids, just keep it at one. Just keep it at one. That's all you have to sit up there. Just keep it. My mother kept it at one. I am the only child from my mother. Do you understand that? I am the only child from my mother. She was not about to sit up there and play. She was like, "Hey, one is enough." It's already hard enough to sit up there and raise one. I'm not about to sit up there and put more weight on myself than what I can sit up there and manage. That's my mom. She did that. So it's like my mom was smart enough to sit up there and do that. I'm trying to, I can't fathom why it is that other women are not smart enough to have that same thought process. Why sit up there and keep having multiple kids? Why? I hear all the time how women and parents directly out here are like, yo, these kids, it's like they need help. It's like they don't got time for themselves, time for their relationship. They don't got time to sit up there and do this and do. But I'm like, you created this situation. Why are you crying about it? This is what you wanted. This is what you wished and hoped for. So now you got what you want, and now you don't really want it. Now you technically got regrets, but you don't want to say that you have regret. Like, what are we doing? Like, people can't even be honest that they dislike the situation that they're in, but you can't say it because now you got to be accountable with yourself. You got to make yourself accountable for what it is that you did, but nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to look in the mirror and be like, you know what? I did this to myself. Nah, people want to sit up there and complain about it and try to put the weight on other people. They want to try to shift it somewhere else because nobody wants to be responsible for what it is that they do. And that's crazy to me. Like I said, I'm just going to be honest. For parents out there that force their kids to watch like other kids, like, that was irresponsible. I'm just gonna be real. I'm sorry. I don't care if you were specifically raised that way and that's what you had to do. How about you were raised wrong? How about your parents did you wrong? Just because your parents did you wrong don't mean that you have to pass that down and give that to the other kids. And I'm not trying to hear the excuse of like, it's going to make them more responsible. No, it's not. It's going to make them have resentment towards their younger siblings. It's going to make them also resent you as well too. Because guess what, parents? As you get older, those same kids that you made be responsible for, the rest of their siblings or other people's kids, they're now going to be responsible for you once you start getting your 60s, 70s, and 80s. They're going to now have to take care of you because now you're the child. Now you can't clean up after yourself. Now your mental faculties are not the same. Now your hips are broken. You didn't have multiple heart surgeries. You're not able-bodied no more. So now your kids got to take care of you. Do you think that your kids want to sit up there and do that after you done forced them to sit up there and take care of kids their whole life that was not even theirs, that they didn't even sit up there and create? Do you think that they're going to have resentment? Yes, they are. Do you think that they want to live their lives? Yes, they do. Do you think that they want to be responsible for you? They don't. And I understand that a lot of parents will be like, well, I sat up there and raised them. And that's what you were supposed to do because you created the situation. The kids did not create themselves. So this woe is me, this tiny violin BS that a lot of parents, well, I sat up there and put a roof over it. And you did what a parent is supposed to do. Do you see any animals in the animal kingdom sitting up there saying the same stuff? Like, oh, as a lion, I sat up there and gave these cubs, life. And they're not doing that. They're doing what it is that they're supposed to do. Just like what you're supposed to be doing. But you want to sit up there and complain. You want to act like you're just doing the utmost. You're doing the basic. Birds out here be creating whole birds' nests. Woodpeckers be sitting up there spending hours drilling a hole into a tree to sit up there and make a nest and shelter for their children, for their family. You're doing the same thing that everybody else is out here doing. You're not doing nothing different. Like, that's crazy. Like that is 100% wild to me. But like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing. No. You can't tell nobody nothing. That's wild to me. D Money said, I have an aunt that was like that. 10 kids total. That's Jesus. Sam said yes, and both of my aunts were married, and yes to black men and whatnot. It didn't change that they needed a babysitter for so many kids. Man, D Money. Oh man. Sam said, and yes, I had to babysit my siblings all the time. I hated them too. Even to this day, we don't get along. Imagine babysitting 12 kids plus 2 siblings that won't even listen. Oh yeah. Yep. This man Mo in the comment section. I don't even think Sham even saw that comment. Pink said, an octopus will lay over 100,000 eggs, then leave them to fend for themselves. Oh yeah. I mean, some parents just don't care. It be like that in the animal kingdom. Also to note, seahorses, and I learned this like a long time ago, the male seahorse is the only one that gets pregnant. The female seahorse gets the male seahorse pregnant and basically dips off. So, it'd be like that. It happens. And I don't hear male seahorses sitting up there complaining. That's all I'm saying. They have contractions. They be sitting up there giving birth. They be just sitting there, just I got this. we gonna figure this out. We gonna figure this out. Wild said I want nothing. Wait, but Gorks? You said I want sons? I'm so confused on that one. Sham said, what comment? The comment from D Money. That was D Money and Mo. That was crazy. That guy from Texas said, "Am I really a tiger? I don't feel like a tiger." Kevin. Wild said, "As a man, you need soldiers." No, yeah. True. I got you. D Money said, "Appreciate it, Mo." This man, oh Lord. What was it? Will said, I think around 10 strong young sons, and you can build your legacy. Yeah, that's true. You got enough where it's like, you at least know that something's going to happen. Something positive is going to, you got a 50-50 directly out of that. So you playing, what is it called? Like the law of averages or something like that. Maybe that might be the wrong terminology. But yeah, you're playing the lottery on the right side, Oh, you said gorgeous doors. Okay, I got you. Sham said, I'm scared to look. This one. Sham said, oh my God, I'm hiding in the pillow now. Yeah, too much. I was waiting for that comment because I'm like, I know Sham didn't sit up there. She ain't even reading these comments here. Sham been like focused on the chicken Caesar salad, the pepper, and then the other topics, directly in the live stream stuff. But yeah. Oh snap! We've been going for 4 hours. My apologies. It is currently like 7:10 at this moment in time. My bad, y'all. So what we're going to do here? I guess I'll probably like let this one like sit for a minute, because if I look back at the channel real quick, let me see something. Yeah, because I think all of that is coming, directly from the main video. That's the main live stream that's up. We got about, shout out to the 678 folks that pulled up to the scene to watch the video that I got posted. Also, shout out to brother Allen, brother always putting a super chat directly under the majority video. Shout out to the brother. Much love, respect, and appreciation to the donation towards the channel. Much love. I'm trying to make sure, because what I normally try to do for a lot of folks, if sometimes y'all don't wait, what? Finances and marriage is only the marriage if only the woman listen to. Okay, I need people to stop just like spamming the exact same message. Because usually what I try to do is go in the background of a lot of the videos, and I try to okay a lot of comments. Brother, why are you just in the comment? Who is this? Yeah, I'm just gonna let that one comment go, and because I don't feel like seeing this in the background. So yeah, this is the one time that y'all hear me say I'm just gonna delete this other comment, because I'm like, you're not about to be spamming the same comment under every single comment. I'm like, that's why this is sitting in the background. Like, I keep trying to tell people, just don't spam. That's all you have to do. Just do not spam. It's the exact, let me make sure. Yeah, it's the exact same comment. So yeah, no. I'm like, dog, you got a problem. Like, you're just spamming directly in underneath every single, literally, and this is every single comment. Like, brother, are you smoking rocks? Like, dog, get it together. Like, Lord have mercy. That is wild to me. Like I said, everybody deserves one. You'll get that one directly up there, and that's it. That is it. That other one, I'll let that one. I'll just let that one go because one was a response, then the other one was the initial comment. So I'll just let those two go. But yeah, the rest of those, I think that was for like 20 or 23 of the same repeat comment underneath the what's the name? Yeah, no, we don't do that here. Like I said, I'm completely cool with people wanting to, like leave comments, but the moment in time that you just like start spamming like 99 times, and it's the exact same thing underneath every like, nah, that's why it's in the background. That is exactly why people's comments are in the background. Uh, Wait, what did it say? It said to simplify our structure and support long-term improvements to StreamYard. The company that previously provided your service has been merged into a parent entity, Bending Spoons US. This means that starting on January 1st of 2026, your service is now being provided by Bending Spoons Inc. No actions are required on part. Everything about. Okay, so I guess somebody basically bought them, I guess. I guess this is the year that companies are getting bought, I guess. Um that is crazy. That guy from Texas said smash the like button. That is bars. Wild said I gotta bounce. The queen needs her bus. All right, man. Much love, respect, and appreciation, Wild. Much love for being here. Wild said Hito keeps them hands E-rated. Rated for everybody. That's bars. That's straight bars. Sham said no, don't read the chat right now. Ah, yo, that's crazy. That's wild. Yo, that guy from Texas said Umar Johnson would have said double the super chat next time. Like I said, man, one of the most funniest people on the internet. I'm just talking about just for like pure like comedy wise is Umar. That dude is hilarious, bar none. That dude, him and Tariq are quite hilarious. Let me tell you something. Like I said, it's a shame that for whatever reasons, like I guess they might have like fell out, didn't see eye to eye on certain things. That would have been a dynamic duo. That would have been like a Batman and Superman, like type of thing. That would have been dope. That would have been dope. But stuff happens. It be like that. While say Hito got another meth. He needs wait who? Wait, where who pulled up here? Dog and crazy. Let me see. I don't know. Maybe unless you might have saw something that I didn't see. Sham said, "Night, y'all be safe. I'm red in the face enough for tonight. Eat well. Gotta go eat." Didn't scare Sham. Oh my goodness! Now they didn't sit up there and scare Sham. All right, yeah, that's about it, y'all. We've been going for about like 4 hours. So that is about it. That is about it. It's only about like 18 of us here anyway. But also much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to any and everybody that was currently a part of both live streams. Let me just see, because again, I like looking at numbers and I want to be very specific about it. Oh, that's what the background looks like now. It looks dope. Yeah, so shout out to all 8,500 that pulled directly up. Shout out to Mo for the jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Let me see if I can see everything. Okay. Shout out to Mo for the 10 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Let me try to roll back over because I want to try to get everybody there. Let me roll to the other channel real quick. Shout out to all 154 on the other channel. Dope part is, you got the average duration up. Also, shout out to y'all. Much love. Much love, much love, much love. Let me see, just in case we might have got some in the background. Okay, that one is clear. So we are good. Oh yeah, we had Yun in here. Yo, what is up, Yun? I ain't even see the brother. Oh man. I'm not even sure if he's still here. I didn't even get a chance to say what's up to them. But yeah, shout out to any and everybody that's been here. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to anybody that has donated as well by super chat, by the bits, also Cash App, Patreon, also the membership that is directly on the channel. Would not be able to do the things that I do every single day without people like you. Also shout out to anybody that's watched the videos, you know, within this week and last week as well. Much love, respect, you know, and appreciation. We will have a video after this live stream, you know, some hours, you know, forward. We'll have some a video, early morning video, probably around like 12, maybe 1 o'clock, directly for you guys as well too. So, you know, some of y'all can probably be on the lookout directly for that one. And again, any of the videos or things that we have gone over in this live stream, you will catch that in a shorter form content on the channel as well. So much love, and I will see you guys in the next video and or live stream. Peace out. Yo, it's crazy how the views technically picked up when it's like when the live stream is about to end. I never understood that. I never actually understood that one. It gets me every single time. But all right, peace out.